It's going to create, it can be on.
they put it on you, but I'm on top of it like this back. And then
Get my mic open. You see now I'm checking.
now I have one delay here to say, look, then rather change the settings of the host laptop in order so they can play everything from the host. So one dealers here now. Now it's good. Yes, we good, yes, we good, yes.
trying to sort it out on the issue of sound. So I'm requesting that we delay by 10 minutes. Then we'll start. Thank you.
It's fine, Chairperson, no problem.
Hold on.
Here we go. Hello? Yep, it's fine, it's fine. Just hold on. No. We going through.
So now,
On the platform is a laptop going through.
never mind.
Speak, Chiswe.
So,
Okay, yes. Okay.
yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
It's coming from here, Mario. It's coming from here. It's not to make
Yes.
from the floor.
Chiswe, speak.
There's nothing.
Oh man.
Chiswe, speak.
Should be on program. It mustn't I select the source? Because there's no source selected there, so what must it be? Mix 3 on video.
Just keep
No.
on talking, Chiswe.
Yes, here it says vmix 2. Huh? And then I must go to vmix output 3. Okay, there I got the picture.
Yes.
Okay, just hold on. Before you do that,
2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check 1, 2. And for the 6.
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Is it loud enough now?
Yes, now it's audible.
Okay. Thank you.
Nis, can you hear me?
Yes, Mario, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Please, no, baby, you don't need to change the laptop side.
Hello, are we winning? Ngolis?
Hi, Chair.
Yes, are we winning?
We have made progress, Chair. I think we should be fine shortly.
Okay, you'll indicate to me.
even when audio for the first 6 minutes.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair.
Hello?
We are ready now.
Thank you. Honorable members, sorry for the inconvenience. Technology is troubling us,
Recording in progress.
but I'm happy we're getting there. I welcome you, honorable members, to the resumption of the hearing which started yesterday. Are there any apologies? Our staff members?
No apologies, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, in the absence of apologies for proceeding, today we intend to cover the following areas: resumption, cross-examination of the witness by the advocate of the affected members, re-examination by the initiator, questions for clarity by members, opportunity for the legal team of affected members to call his witnesses, cross-examination of witnesses of affected members by the initiator, re-examination of the witnesses by the advocate of the affected members, questions of clarity by the members. So I will now request Advocate Kasimoto to proceed with his cross-examination. Today I have allocated time. Yesterday, both of you, I gave you ample time, but where we are now, we've got a picture of what is happening. So the allocated time, Advocate, is 15 minutes. You may proceed with your cross-examination to the witness.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to the members of the committee. I take it, Chairperson, you are suggesting that you're confining me to 15 minutes of cross-examination. Am I understanding you correctly?
It's exactly because we are continuing. Yesterday, it was because of time we should have concluded this process. So proceed.
Indeed, Chairperson, I just wanted to get clarity, and my understanding is we are set to run with these processes up until Thursday. I was not under any impression that I was confined in terms of how long I can cross-examine, but I will take the instruction and I will, by all means necessary and possible, try to confine me to those 15 minutes. I thank you, Chair.
Advocate, I believe you may request the chairperson to add if you feel and think that you have still have got more, but there is no way we can move without any timing. We are applying rules here. We need to time. If I don't do that, yes, we are to be here for four days. I don't dispute that, but let's try to be professional by making sure that we give ourselves ample time to do whatever we want to do, but we must consider that there are still other parties who are supposed to participate. So if the chair will just say, yes, let's proceed without any directive, it might create problems to us. So if advocate feels that the 15 minutes is little, is upon yourselves to indicate that to the chairperson rather than to say you don't expect that. Thank you.
I note your ruling, Chairperson, and I thank you for it. Good morning, Mr. Klaus.
Good morning, Advocate.
When I put questions to you yesterday, you will recall we had a discussion around the question of, well, the proposition I put to you was that one can't be found guilty of contempt without proving an element of intent. Do you recall that question?
Yes, yes, I do.
Do you recall what your answer to me was?
I may have said something like the committee will make that determination, but I'm happy to be reminded.
Yes. And then I'd asked you as well whether you accept that intention is a requirement to prove contempt. Do you remember what the answer was to that particular question?
Chair, I may have said something similar to what I've said now. But as I say, I'm willing to be reminded.
Okay, I don't want to misrepresent what you said, and I'll give you an opportunity yet again, and I'll tell you why. I was concerned about your answer to me because you are the legal advisor to this House and to the Speaker and to the application of the rules. And your answer to me, to that question, bothered me. And when I say...
Chair. Sorry,
Yes,
Chair. May I just...
yes, initiator.
Thank you. May I just object and clarify something? Mr. Caso is not the legal advisor to the National Assembly or to the Speaker.
Thanks.
My learned friend erroneously put that to him, and that is not correct.
Mr. Caso, who do you advise?
I advise the Speaker on matters of the rules, parliamentary procedure.
So you advise the Speaker on procedure and the rules, which is a subject matter here.
The rules.
Yes.
I'm not a legal advisor to the Speaker.
Yes, you advise the Speaker.
Yes, I advise the Speaker.
Yes. Now I'm saying to you, there's a concern for me.
I'd advocate the interjection by the initiator. I think it is in order. She has clarified that he's not a legal advisor of the Speaker and has outlined his role. So if he may proceed along those lines, it will assist us. Please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I withdraw my question and my insinuation and suggestion. Do you advise the legal, the Speaker?
Advise the Speaker.
Yes. So I use the word you're a legal advisor to the Speaker. You're saying you advise the Speaker.
I advise the Speaker, but I think the point is important. I'm not Speaker's legal advisor.
Hold on. I'm asking the questions here and I'm directing where we're going. You are saying verb, you advise the Speaker, not noun, you are a legal advisor. That's what you're saying.
Chairperson, I advise the Speaker.
Yes.
On matters of procedure.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you have a role of advising the Speaker in relation to procedure.
Yes.
Yes. Now we're back to where I was starting. It's of concern to me that you advise the Speaker and you do not know or are not prepared to commit to what the test is for what my members are charged with. Do you have a comment for that?
Chairperson, the point I'm making is that will be for this committee together with its legal advisors to deal with the matter. And that's my response.
Yes.
Chairperson, and may I also just be given the opportunity to raise the following issue as well.
You are at liberty to can do that, initiator.
Thank you, Chair. I did not want to unnecessarily interrupt my learned friend yesterday when he similarly posed the question to Mr. Caso about where the intent was a requirement for content. He raises the issue again, and I feel compelled to object now. And Mr. Caso is correct. It's up to the committee ultimately to determine whether the members accused are guilty of contempt of Parliament. And that is a test that the committee must apply. First of all, the committee must determine the test, and then the committee must apply the test. It's not up to Mr. Caso or any other witness for that matter to express a view on whether there was intent or to express a view on the legal test. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, initiator. Advocate of the affected members, can you assist us by cross-examining Mr. Kaso as the secretary, based on what he has witnessed and what he has observed during that particular day. That is the role of the committee, of course, can make any determination. It will assist us because members are still going to cross-examine him. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I just may, Mr. Kaso testified that his role is to advise, well, he advises the Speaker. I specifically asked him if he advised the Speaker in relation to proceedings that happened on the 30th of August last year. His answer was yes. He went further than that. He says the reason the Speaker made this decision is because of the advice that I give to the Speaker. All I'm simply saying, and what I'm getting at, is this. The charge sheet that has been presented against my clients would have been informed by the advice that Mr. Kaso would have given. And I'm saying, on what basis then does he give the advice to charge my members for willful contempt if he does not understand the test of contempt? Now, I can't get an answer to that outside of Mr. Kaso because he would have had the state of mind as to why he gave that advice. And that's the point I'm simply trying to get at, Speaker. I accept your ruling and I will proceed, and I do not want us to belabor the point. I just wanted to put that on record. I accept your ruling and I'll move on that basis. Let's then move on, Mr.
Sorry, Madam Chair. With your leave,
Yes.
may I respond very briefly?
Yes, Initiator.
Thank you, Chair. I accept that my learned friend has accepted that he needs to move on, and that I'm comforted that he has accepted your ruling. But just for good order and for record purposes, it was not Mr. Kaso's decision to charge the members for contempt of Parliament.
Thank you, Initiator, and thank you, Chair. We exhausted the point that ultimately the Speaker made the decisions yesterday, didn't we?
Yes.
So there was no dispute as to who made the decision because you confirmed yesterday that the Speaker makes a decision, you made advice. We exhausted that yesterday, didn't we?
Chairperson, we exhausted the fact that in the House, the Speaker makes decisions.
Yes.
And of course, I advise
Yes.
in the House. And I think, Chairperson, it's important, as the point has been made, to draw a distinction between this committee and the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaso. Let me just take you to Rule 77 if you've got access to it.
Yes, I do, Chairperson.
I'm just going to read it into the record for your benefit and the benefit of this committee and the chairperson. The rule is labeled grave disorder. It says, in the event of grave disorder at a meeting, the presiding officer may adjourn the meeting or may suspend the proceedings for a period to be stated by him or her. Your testimony yesterday was that because there was this disorder on the day and it was of concern to the Speaker, hence she made the decisions she made. This was an option she could have gone for, isn't it?
Yes, she could have gone for this option if the situation had called for that.
Yes. And in fact, she has invoked this rule before, hasn't she?
Yes, she has invoked the rule before.
Yes. So the instances where if for one reason or the other, she couldn't make a ruling on the spot and she wanted order in the House, she could have invoked this rule, couldn't she?
Well, she could have invoked the rule if she felt at that point that she could not deal with the situation. But in this instance, she felt that she could deal with the situation and she dealt with the situation.
No, but see, you're doing it again where you're speaking about the state of mind of the Speaker and you said to me specifically, you can't speculate. Do you know for a fact that's what she was thinking at the time?
No, because she did not invoke the rule. And that's what I can understand to have happened on the day.
Yes, that's what you're speculating.
That's what I
the word.
understand to have happened on the day.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair. And really, I don't want to constantly interrupt my learned friend, but Chair, may I speak?
Yes. You may
Thank
speak,
you.
initiator.
Thank you. See, and this is just to be fair to Mr. Kaso as a witness. My learned friend posed a very specific question to Mr. Kaso. Could she have invoked the rule? Mr. Kaso then responded as appropriately as what he could in the circumstances. And then my learned friend then accused him of, but how can you say that? You are now speaking to the state of mind of the speaker. But yet he posed the very question, could she have invoked the rule? So that is not fair to the witness. Thank you.
Advocate, can we proceed and cross-examine Mr. Kaso on the evidence he gave before this hearing, based on the footage and everything which happened, which led to this hearing? It will assist honorable members to be able to take a particular determination, rather than cross-examine him as if he is a speaker. Can we please follow the evidence he gave and cross-examine him along those lines? Because even myself, I'm not a legal guru, I'm not an initiator, but I feel it is not fair to Mr. Kaso, because it seems as if Mr. Kaso is now a speaker and he must behave and act on behalf of the speaker. He gave evidence, he gave what he saw, he gave what everyone see. So can you please assist the committee by cross-examining him on the evidence he gave in relation with the footage of what transpired during the 30th of August? Thank you.
Thank you,
Can
Chair.
I come in?
Chairperson?
Oh, Honorable Chair, can I come in? You are speaking to Honorable Kaba.
Honorable Kaba, you will have your own time. Can you cool down, all of you? Allow me to lead the process with the initiator versus a learned friend, please.
But Chair.
Thanks, Chair, for your guidance. Because, I just said,
Proceed or advocate, please.
But Chair, this is Brenda. Chairperson.
I have made a ruling, honorable member. Can you allow me to chair this session, please? You will have your time. According to the focus area, you will have your, don't
Chair,
disrupt
the way
me.
you are,
No,
the
this
way
is
you are.
hearing. It's not the National Assembly. Can we respect this session? Can we respect this process?
I get that.
Yes,
But
I have ruled, honorable members, you will get your time.
Speaker is speaking on behalf of the speaker, which you denied
Honorable members, you will get your time. This is not a National Assembly, it's hearing. Can we all calm down?
I never said it's a National Assembly. I never said it's a National Assembly.
No,
But you
I have ruled out. Can you stop? Can you stop? You stop there. You have got your legal advisor. Advocate, can you proceed, please?
I gather that my client has been muted. Is that the case, Speaker?
Advocate, I didn't order anyone to be muted. I have just made a ruling. We are not there.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. No one should be muted. Let's allow members to participate, but members, let us respect this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I just want to place on record that as a matter of principle, I have difficulties with being told that I can only cross-examine on evidence-led. That's not the standard for cross-examination. But I take the ruling and I will proceed on that basis. Mr. Kaso, where we were is the speaker could have invoked Rule 77 to deal with the issue, not so.
The person, certainly, because the rule says the presiding officer may adjourn the sitting, so could have.
So in other words, if she was concerned about the interactions between Mente MP and Mkweba MP and Hlomo MP, and if the allegation is that that caused disorder and she wanted order in the house, particularly in an instance where she has not established the facts of what Mente MP had said, she could have invoked this rule as a matter of principle, not so.
My response, Chair, is that the speaker could invoke the rule if she makes that determination at any point when she believes that the invoking the rule is warranted. That's my.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Bass. If we can then go to Rule 79.
I am there, Chairperson.
I'll read the rule into the record and I'll start with sub-rule 1. It says, subject to 78, a member may speak only when recognized by the presiding officer during the proceeding of the House. We accept that, correct?
Yes.
And then under sub 2, it says, subject to 1, a member may draw the attention of the presiding officer to a point of order or a question of privilege at any time. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
So it's a matter of principle. There is no allocated session for points of order, is there?
There is no allocated sessions for points of order. However, because I have to respond, you should not look at the rules in isolation.
What am I getting at, Mr. Klaus?
I have no idea.
Precisely. So that's why I always invite you to listen to my question and just specifically answer my questions.
Chair,
what if what you're referring to has nothing to do with where I'm going?
Chair, I am responding to a question, and I'm sure advocate does not expect me to respond the way he wants me to respond. I respond to the question in the manner I believe is appropriate.
Well, that's fair enough. And if that's the impression I created, then I withdraw. That's certainly not what I was suggesting. I therefore withdraw.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So then subsection 2 says at any point you may raise a point of order. Do you accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
In other words, at any point, Mr. Keza could have raised a point of order, isn't it?
At any point, Mr. Keza could have raised a point of order, and it's up to the speaker whether to take that point or not.
But as a matter of principle, at any point, he could have risen a point of order.
Any point, a member could raise a point of order, and the speaker is the one who must decide how to deal with that matter.
Yes. I want to take you to, and of course, we accepted yesterday that Mr. Keza attempted to raise a point of order multiple times, not once was he acknowledged by the speaker. Do not qualify with the reason as to what informed the speaker, because then we're going to get into a debate of how you know. I'd rather you answer me directly. At no point did the speaker acknowledge Mr. Keza MP.
At no point, according to the record, was he acknowledged in terms of what he had asked for. Yeah.
Yes.
But of course, when he raised the point of order, the speaker attempted to listen to him.
Let's then move on to the question of, let me start here. You would have been in one form or the other involved in advising the speaker about these proceedings, not so?
Yes, I was in the house on the day and I advised the speaker.
Not only were you in the house, the day after the 30th of August, there was a meeting convened to discuss this issue. and a report was presented by the speaker, or at least a report by the speaker stemmed from that meeting, correct?
A report by the speaker was presented to that meeting.
Yes. And it's that report that led to these charges, not so?
It is the action of Honorable Kleza, which was then part of the report that went to that committee, which the committee deemed, by the way, a multi-party committee, deemed should be referred to the Rules Committee, which is again another multi-party committee. And they deemed it necessary for that matter to come before this committee.
Yes. So the charges would have been informed by that report, isn't it?
The committee would have studied this committee. And I think, Chair, this is another point that is important for me to make. The speaker did not charge these members. This committee is the one that deemed it appropriate to charge the members. All that the speaker did was to rule in the House and to explain the circumstances that led her to rule in the manner that she did. Thank you.
Yes, and I thank you for that. Yes, you're right. And what would inform what charges are competent in terms of the rules falls within your province, doesn't it?
No, it falls within this committee, and I'm not involved in advising this committee.
Let me rephrase the question. I'm saying as to whether a member is in breach of the rules, that falls within your province, isn't it?
Certainly, yes, Chairperson.
That's what I'm getting at. And if a charge is being brought against a member, it's in your province to assess whether there was a breach or not. I'm not talking about what processes should be undertaken as to which body should make a determination of whether they're guilty or not. I'm asking you a different question which relates to your functions. And I'm saying, if your function is to advise on procedure and the rules, then it surely must be within your province to advise as to whether there's a breach of a rule or not so?
Chairperson, in the House, it is my duty to advise whether there was a breach of the rules or not, which I do to the best of my ability.
And I don't question that. And I actually believe that as well. And I'm saying, then whether a member is in willful contempt is something that falls within your province, isn't it?
Chair, during proceedings of the House does not make a determination on matters of contempt. I think that point is important. It is for this, when the speaker refers a matter to this committee, she refers the matter to say the committee must make a determination whether the issue presented by the speaker constitute contempt. It is therefore for this committee, not the speaker, to make a determination whether a matter constitutes contempt or not. And in fact, these proceedings are just part of that process to make the determination. Thank you.
I accept that. I'm asking you a different question. I'm saying to you, you advise on the rules and procedure. The question of whether there's a breach of the rules and procedure falls within your province as a matter of principle, yes or no?
Precisely, it falls within my province.
Whether a member of parliament has breached a rule falls within your province, yes or no?
That is correct, Chairperson. It falls within my province.
Whether someone was in willful breach of the rule falls within your province, yes or no?
Willful breach falls within the province of this committee.
No, I'm saying the question of whether a member, forget who you're advising, it's within your competency. Whoever is asking you for advice, because that's what you provide, assume the proper person whom you report to asks you the question, was there willful breach here? That would be within your province to answer yes or no.
It would be within my province to answer that the appropriate structure must make the determination as to willfulness. And what I would, with your indulgence, what I would advise is that the member has breached the rule. And then this structure must deal with the issue of willfulness or otherwise.
Okay. Okay, now we get to somewhere. You saying it's within your province to make it or to advise whether there's a breach or not, correct?
Yes.
But it's not within your province to advise whether it's willful or not.
It is within the province of this committee to make that determination.
Yes.
To assist the process. Rule 10 says a member who willfully fails or refuses to obey any rule or order or resolution may be found guilty of contempt of Parliament in terms of the Powers and Privileges Act. Now, it is this committee, Powers and Privileges Committee, that must interrogate that issue and decide whether this act has been breached or not breached.
Is it within your province to advise whether a charge whose definitional element requires willfulness is sustainable or not?
It is not within my province to do that. Sure.
If someone asks you whether a member is in contempt, you accepted that you can advise that yes, they're in contempt, yes or no?
No, I don't advise. I would not. It would be improper for me to make that determination because it is for this process. After this process which is being followed here to make that determination.
Yes. So if the relevant person, let's assume it's the speaker, takes the view that Mentele MP breached the rule, I must then evict her. You testified as much yesterday that there was a breach of the rules which justified them being kicked out of the house, not so?
Yes, I did. And I still do.
Yes. So in other words, your testimony yesterday was that Mentele MP acted contemptuously, wasn't it?
Sorry, Madam Chair. May I again?
Yes, Initiator. Yes, you may come in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I just again object to this line of questioning? I thought that we had dealt with this previously when both my learned friend and I had engaged through you, Chair, on this very issue. The counsel for the affected members are repeatedly asking Mr. Kraso about intent and willfulness and what his views are and whether it falls within his purview to make such a determination or to advise on whether there has been willfulness. I don't know how many times I must object or how many times Mr. Kraso must say. He's repeatedly said that it does not fall within his purview to advise on contempt or willfulness. It is for this committee to make that determination. And I ask through you, Chair, that you compel my learned friend to move on to the next issue.
Thank you. Advocate, can we move? Even the allocated 15 minutes is already gone, but I'm allowing you. Can we have progress, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. I suppose you've made a ruling without an opportunity for me to respond. Then I must place this on the record. If I'm to progress and move away from this line of questioning, then Mr. Paulson must retract the evidence that my members acted in contempt. If you can make a ruling on that, then Chair.
Sorry, through you, Chair.
Yes, Initiator.
Yes, Mr. Castle will not retract any of his evidence. I certainly do not recall him saying that the members acted in contempt.
Advocate, can you proceed? You heard the initiator.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will not persist with the line of questioning on the understanding that you never gave such evidence. Because to the best of my recollection, you were asked, what do you make of the behavior of my clients? And to the best of my recollection, your response was they acted in breach and they defied the speaker. You might not have used the word, and if I can just conclude the point, please. If I can just make the point that it doesn't have to be the word contempt that's being used, but if the conclusion is that there's contemptuous conduct by my members, then I must take you up on that conclusion. But if you're saying that was not your testimony, then I accept that for what it is, and then I'll move on. Do you understand?
Chairperson, sorry, before Mr. Kaso responds, may I respond?
Yes, do so.
Yes, thank you. And I object to that very firmly. With respect to my learned friend, it's a nonsensical proposition that he is putting to Mr. Kaso. That even if Mr. Kaso did not use the word contempt or express himself, whether the conduct of the affected members were contemptuous of Parliament, but yet it can be inferred from what he said, then I strongly object to that. That is plainly two different legal concepts. And contempt is a legal concept that this committee must determine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Advocate, assist us, because the responsibility of the committee is to do what you are asking Mr. Kaso. Can you ask him on evidence given yesterday based on the footage and the videos which we saw, issues which relates to judgment should rest with the committee? So I'm requesting that do not subject him to that. Is the responsibility of this committee to do that. Your 15 minutes is gone. I'm now giving you another 10 minutes. Let us proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Kaso, did my clients breach the rules as a general proposition without getting into detail?
The members did breach the rules.
Did my members act contemptuously of the House? Yes or no?
This committee will make that determination. I can't make that determination.
Thank you. Let's move to another aspect. You obviously testified that you advise this House on procedure and the rules, and I won't ask you to confirm. You've confirmed at least 3 times. And it is a structure of this House that must make a determination as to whether my clients acted contemptuously or not. Not so?
Yes.
And it is the structure of a House you advise, or the Parliament you advise, that must decide whether to accept your evidence or not. Not so?
Yes, it is. Yes.
I would suggest, given that position, that the structure of this Parliament, which you advise, must make a determination about the quality of evidence, is untenable as a matter of principle, isn't it?
May I listen to that question again, Chairperson?
I think the initiator wants to come in. I'll allow her the opportunity.
No, if my learned friend could just repeat that, please. Thank you.
I'll repeat. You advise this Parliament on the questions of procedure and the rules. We've established that.
Yes, Chairperson.
It is a structure of this Parliament, being this committee, that must decide the credibility, the merits and the demerits of your evidence, isn't it?
Yes, it is the structure.
It's the same structure that falls under the bigger body, being Parliament, that you advise, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm putting a proposition to you now. That is untenable, isn't it?
I don't think it is untenable.
Very well. I will not belabor the point. I see the initiator wants to come in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I just raise an issue?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that it's a legal proposition, and it's an argumentative proposition that my learned friend is putting to Mr. Kaso, which is best kept and which is appropriate for legal argument. Thank you.
Advocate, can you align yourselves with what your learned friend is saying and assist the committee by cross-examining the witness, because we are benefiting from those arguments? Thank you.
Very well, Chairperson. What I would have said, and I will not ask to question you on it, I want to place it on record because I can preempt what the response will be. I'm putting it on the record because I think this is an appropriate space to raise the issue, and I will not invite your comment because it's along the same lines. But I want to place it on record that it is equally untenable that a structure of this parliament appoints through the state attorney and initiator to prosecute members of parliament, calls a witness who advises this very same parliament, and then ultimately the very structure that they advise then makes a conclusion on your evidence. I'm suggesting that the irregularity extends beyond just you, but the manner in which the initiation process itself runs. I want to place that on the record. I'll move on from that. The last point I want to raise is this, and with your indulgence, Chair, I'm not sure if my 10 minutes are up or not, but I will be done. This is my last line of cross-examination. If I can just take you to the charge, the willfulness charge. It's charge 1. Is this Gaza or this is Gaza? If you have a regard to charge 1 at 247, that's paginated bundle. And it's charge 1. I'll read it. The initiator read it yesterday. And they always say, if you want to be great, you follow the steps of those who are greater than you. The initiator would have read this. I'll read this as well. And hopefully I can follow her in greatness as well. I'll read it again. It is alleged that you are guilty of conduct constituting contempt of Parliament in terms of Section 13A, C, and D of the Act, and that the Member of Parliament, and during the sitting of the National Assembly on 30 August 2022, you contravened Section 7A and B of the Act read with the National Assembly rules in relation to those subsections, when during the proceedings you inter alia willfully and intentionally failed and or refused to comply with an instruction the Speaker to leave the National Assembly. Let's have reference to Mentele's 1 if you can, please.
I didn't get the last point.
No, I was talking to my attorney. I'll get back to you just now. I won't read the entirety of it, but it reads verbatim in relation to Gaza and to Mentele, that during the proceedings inter alia you willfully and intentionally failed and or refused to comply with the instruction of the Speaker to leave the National Assembly. The point is this, Mr. Gaso. I do not know what to make of the evidence you gave in chief in relation to why these two members were instructed to leave the House. But as I understand the charge sheet, they were being charged for failing to leave the House. Not so.
Comply with an instruction by the Speaker to leave the House. Yes.
All you've done is rephrase my question to you. I want to phrase it the way I'm phrasing it. If you don't understand it, ask me to repeat it. Don't change the nature of my question.
Chairperson, I am trying to be as faithful to the charge sheet as possible because I believe that is what the advocate is asking me to respond to. The charge sheet says, refuse to comply with an instruction by the Speaker to leave the Assembly.
Yes, and that's the point I'm simply making, that they were told to leave the Assembly and they failed to comply with that instruction, not so?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm saying to you, in relation to Mentele at least, this step would not have happened. In other words, she would not have refused to leave had she not been asked to leave, not so.
Madam Chair, sorry, I don't understand the question.
Advocate, can you clarify the question?
Indeed, Chairperson. I am saying Ms. Mentele would not have refused to leave the house without being asked to leave the house.
Yes.
And you can only leave the house if you've been directed by the speaker to leave the house.
Under this circumstance. Because let me just explain why I say that. Members come in and go out of the house at any point. But under these circumstances, you are supposed to leave the house when directed by the speaker to leave the house. Yes.
So Mentele can't have left the house without being asked to leave the house by the speaker.
Yes.
Yes. And I'm saying to you, the speaker can only ask a member to leave the house lawfully, not so.
The speaker can only ask the member to leave the house when the member, according to the speaker, has breached a rule.
So the speaker can't ask someone to leave the house without legal basis. That's what I'm getting at.
Chairperson, the point I want to make is that the speaker makes a determination for a member to leave the house when the speaker believes the member has breached the rules of the house.
And the speaker can't exercise that power unlawfully.
Speaker does not.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes, initiator.
May I speak? Thank you. Again, my learned friend is trying to extract from Mr. Caso a legal proposition which is best left for legal argument. The purpose of which... Thank you, Chair.
Advocate, can you assist us along those lines? We're still coming there, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I understand the ruling to be I shouldn't proceed along these lines because there was objection, and I will not proceed on these lines because I was ruled to not do so. The final remark is this then, Chairperson. Perhaps it's not a remark, it's an invitation to Mr. Caso. And thank you for taking my questions and being patient with me. I'm inviting you the same way you were invited by the initiator to respond to this proposition, that it's not a question of asking you to draw a legal conclusion, but in light of your seniority, and as I understand it, you've been in this parliament since 1994, which is quite a distinctive achievement. And therefore, I'll take your opinion, and I hope this committee is going to take your opinion earnestly. In light of all the objections that we've raised, the conflicts that I think we've raised, which will substantiate an argument, would you, being invited to give advice as it is within your province, agree with me that there's certainly a bit to be done in terms of the rules of parliament if the object and the project of constitutionally exercising public powers by this parliament is to be taken seriously? Is there something to be done about the rules to ensure the impartiality that we spoke about, mitigating against usage of public power to target political opponents using the rules, and introducing an element of independence in these procedures? Would you agree with me that is something to look into without you expanding? But if you insist on expanding, you can. And I will have no further questions, Chairperson. And I thank you, Chair, and I thank you, this House, for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Caso.
Chair, sorry, before Mr. Caso responds, if I may, through you, this is not an appropriate question. This is not an appropriate question for Mr. Caso or for this hearing. This hearing has been convened to test and to prosecute certain charges against the affected EFF members. The issue or the legal issue for determination, which my learned friend raised with Mr. Caso, was the subject of the High Court interdict application, which, as we know, was dismissed, and which is still part of the Part B review application, which is pending before the High Court for determination. And it's best left for that forum to deal with this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Thank you, Advocate. Thanks, Mr. Kaso. Thanks, honorable members. We'll now proceed. It's 11:15. I will now invite the initiator to cross-examine the witness. I'm giving you 15 minutes. Initiator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two issues that I want to re-examine Mr. Kaso on. It's hopefully very straightforward. Mr. Kaso, the first issue is if a member takes issue with a ruling that the speaker has made, what is that member's remedy in terms of the rules?
Chairperson, I would like to go to Rule 92 of the Rules of the National Assembly, the 9th edition. Sub-Rule 11 says, the presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. I think that's the first point of emphasis, in the House. Sub-Rule 12 says, a member who is aggrieved by a presiding officer's ruling on a point of order may subsequently, in writing to the Speaker, request that the principle or subject matter of the ruling be referred to the Rules Committee. So that is the platform available to members. Write to the Speaker, and the matter is then referred to the Rules Committee.
And then may I also just ask for your comment in terms of rule, if I'm not mistaken, 8. That deals, you've just raised the issue with regards to points of order. I now want to go to the issue of general rulings, because the Speaker obviously makes rulings that is not just related to points of order. She may rule on other issues. What is the remedy then?
Rule 8, you said?
Yes.
Well, firstly, I must just read Rule 8 so that hopefully I'll be able to answer your point there. That the Speaker must perform the functions as provided for in these rules and may make rulings in applying and interpreting these rules, orders of the House, and directives. And let me go to point 3. Members must comply with rulings made by the presiding officer. A member may request that the ruling be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and report, which is basically what I've referred to just now. Thanks.
Thank you. And then just the last issue, I just want to go to the Hansard unrevised transcription relating to Mr. Keza. Can we go to page 340 of Hansard?
I am there, Chairperson.
Thank you. Now, you will recall, Mr. Kaso, that my learned friend cross-examined you on the issue of Mr. Keza not being given an opportunity by the Speaker to raise a point of order. And there was a proposition put to you or a suggestion put to you that the Speaker was unfair to Mr. Keza in that regard.
Yes.
But I want you please just to, with reference to this page, please tell the committee what immediately preceded the Speaker's instruction to Honorable Keza for him to leave the House.
Chairperson,
if one goes to the top of page, well, to page 340.
Yes. Page 240, but even before page 240, just looking through from page 338. There was a matter raised by Honorable Shivambu about people migrating to Namibia and the issue of Phala Phala, basically. And the speaker, even before this, had said a question on Phala Phala is coming. I may just state again for the record, there were 6 questions that day. There was a question on question on migration, which was question number 1. There was a question on GBV, which was question number 2. There was a question on issues of security and uprisings. And then there was a question on issues of social ills. And there was a question on Phala Phala, which was question number 5 on the day. So Speaker kept saying this thing. So before Honorable Tseza spoke, Speaker had made a point that this point has been dealt with and is going to come. In other words, she had ruled on the issue and the issue was going to come later. Now, Honorable Tseza then speaks unrecognized by the Speaker. And I won't read what unless you would want me to read, it's in page 340.
If you could just read perhaps for the record what Mr. Tseza says about Phala Phala.
He must respond to the issues pertaining to the abuse and the abduction of women in Phala Phala farm. That is what is at the center of what he should be responding to. Because in a country like this, we cannot, when women are being killed, and the president does that as a first citizen of the country, and you are saying to us, he must not be held accountable. So the point that I was making is that there was a question on Phala Phala, but even before the question on Phala Phala, there was a question that was coming as question number 2, which was dealing with issues of GBV. So we're not at that. So Speaker then says, she then says, Honorable Tseza, will you please leave the House? Honorable Tseza, will you please leave the House? So what you see here, because the rulings of the Speaker are final and members must comply. Speaker had already ruled on the issue and it was final that we're not dealing with Phala Phala now. And it is expected that members must comply with that ruling.
And Mr. Tseza, just to finish off this point, the transcript on page 340, what does it also show? Did the speaker recognize Mr. Tseza, or did Mr. Tseza just speak on his own?
No, he spoke on his own.
Yes. Thank you. Madam Chair, that is the extent of my re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Initiator. You were within your time frame. You are left with 8 minutes. We'll take as a bonus. I will request that we adjourn for tea. We'll add your 8 minutes plus 15 minutes, which means we'll resume at 11:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, let's resume. I will now allow members of the committee 15 minutes to ask clarity-seeking questions to the witness, to Mr. Kasu.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair.
My staff members, assist me. I've seen Honorable Mlenzana.
Chair. Oh, okay.
Yes.
No, it's fine, Chair. Mr. Kaso had gone to them. Oh, can you give us just 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
Or is not yet back? Okay, all right, fine.
Yeah.
But identify hands in the meantime for me.
Recording stopped.
Chair, we are ready.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Please identify hands for me.
Mr. Mlenzana.
Yes.
Dr. Lotrit.
Yes.
The Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Yes.
And Mr. Tseke.
Okay. Honorable Mlenzana.
And Dr. Klapper. And Dr. Klapper.
Please.
Thanks, Chairperson, and greetings to all in the platform. Chairperson, my clarity-seeking questions directed, of course, to Mr. Kaso are based on both the content and the context. I will give a chance, Chair, talk to the process and procedure, maybe not now, in another session, because I believe now we are still in a fact-finding mission. We are still wanting to find facts. Mr. Kaso, has Parliament ensured that all members of Parliament, including the affected members, understand the rules of the House? If no, why? If yes, how? Chairperson, allow me to just read these questions, if Mr. Kaso can take notes, because
yes, it
they
will
are
assist
intertwined.
us. It's progressive. Do that, please.
Thank you so much. The second one would be, informed by your knowledge and experience, was the Speaker's decision to evict the affected members from the House driven by her emotions or guided by both the House rules and your advice. If you can elaborate on this one, Mr. Paso, I would be very happy. Because what I want to get, Chairperson, in essence, is to whether was the Speaker acting on a personal driven kind of a stance, or was she informed by both the rules and advice by Mr. Caso? That is what I want to get at the end of the day. The third one would be the actual action now taken by the Speaker of calling for the eviction of the affected members. According to your understanding, Mr. Caso, was the action of the Speaker informed by word or by deed? Did the call for the removal of the affected members came as a result of what the members said, or what the members did, or both? The fourth one, which is the second last, Chair, would be I need to be advised here so that I take a decision when we finalize, Chairperson. Mr. Council, what is your understanding of defiance and or provocation? If you can talk to these two in relation to the refusal of the affected members to take instructions from the presiding officer, when they were instructed, they refused. Would you go towards defiance or provocation or both? I'm asking this because listening and watching the video, you would notice that the refusal goes with something being said, which may be provocation. I don't know. Hence, I want to be advised there. Then the last one would be, can I be explained the meaning of contempt? I'm asking this, Chair, in the context of this particular hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Dr. Lutri.
Thank you, Chairperson. My one question has partly been covered by the Honourable Mlenzana. Good morning, Mr. Castle. It's almost afternoon. Just also based on the rules, could you just confirm again who approves the rules of the National Assembly? How readily accessible are the rules, and are members aware of the rules? Is it part of the training that happens at Parliament? And then also in terms of the Rules Committee, is it a multi-party committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lutrick. Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Dlak.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for this opportunity. Good morning to you, my colleagues in the platform, the affected members and their legal reps, the initiator, and Mr. Tasso. Mr. Tasso, if I may, what rule in the rule book, the 9th edition rule book, allows members to speak without being recognized? If you may remind me of that rule, if it's there. The second question is, are there rules, or is there a rule in the 9th edition rule book of the National Assembly that allow members to challenge the the ruling of the speaker. If you can clarify that. And my last question is, what recourse do members have if they are not satisfied with the ruling of the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Lakude. Can I now call Honorable Tseke?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee, and good day to all the members connected, all the legal representative, and Mr. Kasu. My first question to Mr. Kasu is that can members of Parliament, Mr. Kasu, use spurious point of orders in terms of Rule 92 in a context of holding the executive, and in this case, the president of the country, accountable? Number two, has this conduct of the three affected members of the EFF had a negative impact to the proceedings of the House on the said day of the 30th August? The last one, can you take us through in terms of a process a speaker must take before suspending a member? Thank you so much, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Tseke. Dr. Klape.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to my colleagues and everyone who's following this proceedings. Chair, I would not repeat the process. And one of the rules questions that I had, my honorable members has spoken to it. Perhaps I must go to this interest that I had on today's proceedings, cross-questioning that the council. Earlier on, the advocate spoke extensively on your role as the advice to the speaker. And I was sitting here and wondering that in other instances, there are rules, there are orders that needs to be followed. Does the speaker always need to be advised? Or the speaker has her own thinking, she can make decisions, or for every little thing that she needs to be advised? That is my question, because the impression that I got as and when we were questioned, it was like for everything the speaker would come to you, you must know. Whenever the speaker takes action, it would have been through your advice as the advisor. Is there every little thing, every way that the speaker utters an advice, or the speaker has the mind of her own? Two, there was an instance even when the advocate said he doesn't want to take a certain line of action because you would be speaking the mind of the speaker, something like that. As an advisor, are you expected to know the speaker's thinking in an instance? When he said to you, I might not be paraphrasing it as he said it, he's afraid to ask you this because you did be like, no, you speak in the mind of the speaker or something like that. Do you always, or is it expected of the advisor to know the speaker's thinking? Now, there was a last question that I heard that spoke about Honorable Tessa. The advocate said
Mr. Kesa could have raised a point of order at any time. And that was the question that he asked you to say, do you think he could have asked a question at a point of order at any given time? Now, when the initiator concluded with you, you agreed that Mr. Keza spoke without being recognized. I just want to confirm something here, because with the advocate, I thought it was about a point of order. So maybe I must just ask this question on those two fronts. One, what happens if the speaker has ruled, like I saw on the videos, that she will not take any points of orders anymore because they are being used to disrupt the House? What recourse does he have if a member continued or insist that he wants to raise a point of order, if indeed Honorable Kesa was raising a point of order? If he was speaking without being recognized, if it was not a point of order, what recourse does the speaker have for such a member that is being called by the speaker, who is not being called by the speaker, but he continues to speak anyway, speaks unrecognized? What recourse does the speaker have? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Chape. Honorable Kaba. Is Honorable Kaba on the platform?
No, Chair, he's not.
Okay. But earlier on his hand was up. Thank you, honorable members, for your questions. I will now invite Mr. Kaso to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will start with a question by the Honorable Mlenzana. Whether any effort has been being made for members to understand the rules. Yes, it has been. When members start as members of parliament, at the start of a parliament, we usually run workshops on the understanding of the rules. Of course, knowledge sharing will never be enough. There will always be a need to keep talking about the rules, but members have access to the rules. And Chair, I think it's important to state that in our office as parliamentary officials, we work with all members, and we work with all parties. We advise members when they need information, even in terms of the application of the rules, and whether it's motions that need to be crafted, we always tell members from all parties that we are there to assist them. Of course, we won't give them the content. We'll tell them how to craft a motion, the elements. So there is training, but also we are available as a secretariat to assist members of parliament. And every member who is sworn in is given a copy of the rules. So members have access to the rules. Did the speaker, was the ruling based on emotions or rules? I can only speak of what I know, that the rulings that were made were based on the rules of the National Assembly. And I think it's important to also just restate the point that these proceedings should have started effectively 2 minutes after the prayers and meditation, but they actually started I'm talking about the question session for the 8 minutes after that. So there was a lot that happened. But as far as the rulings by the speaker concerning the honorable members, they were based on the rules of the House. Was speaker's call based on what was said or they did? No. Speaker's call was based on the rules. Was based on, let me talk specifically about the order to leave the chamber. It was based on Rule 70. Not on the speeches that were made or the statements that were made, but the order to leave the House. Order to leave the House was based on defiance by the honorable members of the speaker's instructions. So that's a point I would like to make. I was trying to go to Rule 70, but I think all the members are familiar with that rule. If the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or that a member is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to leave. So the orders to leave were based on those what you have there in that rule. And understanding of defiance or provocations, I think the point I've made about the disregard of the authority of the chair and the contravention of the rule is what will be applicable here. I was asked to venture a view on definition of contempt. What I would like to say, honorable member, is just to refer you to the Powers and Privileges Act, which speaks of actions constituting contempt. Among others, it makes reference to Section 7 of the Act, and I would only read Section 7. There are other sections that are cited there. Improperly interfere with or impede the exercise or performance by Parliament of a House or committee of its authority or functions, improperly interfere with the performance by a member of his or her functions, threaten, obstruct a member proceeding to or going from a meeting of Parliament or a House, assault, threaten a member while Parliament or a House is meeting, create or take part in any disturbance within the precincts, fail or refuse to comply with a lawful instruction by an authorized staff member. So that just gives you the highlight of what that will be my response to you, say that the guidance is in the Act itself. Honorable Treat, who approves the rule? The House approves the rules on the recommendation of the Rules Committee, which would have come from the subcommittee on the review of the rules. Then the House ultimately, of course, the House is multi-party, the Rules Committee is multi-party, the subcommittee is also multi-party. So the rules are not approved by the Speaker, but they are approved by a multi-party forum of Parliament. Are the rules accessible? Yes, they are accessible. I can go on to the website now, or in fact, internet, and look for the rules of the NA. I will find them there. But in my office, I have boxes of the rules, which are there to assist members who look for the rules. So I've touched on the issue of multi-party nature. Honorable Fagote, can members speak unrecognized? The rules do state that members may speak only when recognized by the chamber. by the speaker, sorry. Only when recognized by the speaker. And that's what the rules indicate. And I might just add, Honorable Chair, that these rules are really there for maintenance of order, to enable the House to function. And so even when the Speaker asks a member to leave the House, it is to maintain order. It is to enable the House to proceed. If that didn't happen, and there was general defiance of the authority of the Speaker, there would be chaos in the House. That is why even the Constitution says members have freedom of speech, but that freedom of speech is subject to the rules and orders, so that order may be maintained. Because remember, there's a higher purpose why Parliament exists. It is so that it can fulfill its constitutional mandate, which is to represent the people, to make the laws, to exercise oversight over the executive. And so these rules are there as a mechanism to enable the House to function and to conduct its business uninterrupted. And of course, as honorable member has said, what if a member has a difficulty with a rule the rules are clear that the rulings of the presiding officers may not be challenged in the House. The presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. And it basically speaks to what I've just said. The House is there to function, to serve the public, to pass the laws, to hold the executive accountable, to consider international laws or conventions. So there is always that higher purpose. So even these rules, that is why the rules say that when a member refuses to leave, when the member is out of order, defies the chair, must be asked to leave so that other members can continue to function. Because when the proceedings are paused, because Speaker must deal with a disorder or any presiding officer, the business of the country is delayed. And the rules are meant to ensure that this House is able to conduct its business. So if a member has a difficulty with the ruling, the Rules Committee is there to deal with the matter. And of course, as I indicated, the Rules Committee is a multi-party forum. Honorable Tseke, spurious points of order. The rules do state that no member may raise a point of order or a similar point of order if the presiding officer has ruled that it is not a point of order or that the member is out of order. Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with this rule. And that is why the Speaker would, or any presiding officer, would even get to a point of saying, I am not going to take points of order now, when they make a determination that the points of order are being raised to disrupt proceedings. Because remember, ultimately, the presiding officer are there to preserve the order, the decorum of the House, not for the sake of it, but so the House can be able to function. Has the conduct had a negative effect? I won't just speak about this, what we're dealing with. Any negative conduct, any conduct that defies the statutes of the or the mechanisms of the House, the rules of the House, the Powers and Privileges Act, would have a negative effect on the functioning of the House. Process before suspension, Speaker does not suspend members. The House would be the one that suspends members ultimately. Speaker orders members to leave, orders members to withdraw. And even that order to withdraw, it would have been triggered by an act by a member. So it does not just come out of the blue. So there would have been a particular conduct that would lead to the Speaker giving the order to withdraw. So Speaker does not just ask members to withdraw things without something that would have happened. So and then the member, if they refuse, then the Speaker orders the member to leave the House. And I may have made this point during the cross-examination. Members leave the House, for lack of a better way, all the time. When I say all the time, I mean it is acceptable if a member feels strongly about a point to say, I'm not going to withdraw, and then the Speaker just says, leave the House, and then the member leaves the House. There's no delay in the proceedings. There's no commotion. It just happens orderly, and the House is able to proceed with its business. Honorable Hlape asked, does the Speaker always need to be advised? No. The Speaker on her own is able to make decisions. The Speaker on her own understands the rules, is able to understand the rules and to make rulings on her own. But there will be instances where the Speaker would require advice. In fact, it is my function and our function together with my team to provide that advice as and when required. We advise not just in the House. There's various other things that we advise on: correspondence, letters by honorable members, requests by honorable members. So when we say we're advisors, we're not just confining ourselves to what happens. Being in the House and actively advising the Speaker is just part of the function. But there are other roles that we play in terms of advising the Speaker. So no, to answer, the Speaker does not always have to be advised for her to make a decision. She makes her own decisions independently. All we do, we advise as and when we are required to advise. Are you expected to know the Speaker's thinking? No, I'm expected to know the rules and to advise the Speaker how a matter could be responded to in terms of the rules. The Speaker may take, may not take my advice on the matter. Can a member ask a question at any given time? I think I've answered this point that there are procedures, there are processes. The rules are meant to ensure that the business of the house is predictable. How the business is conducted is predictable. So nothing is spontaneous. So the rules are meant to ensure that that happens so that people can prepare themselves. If a member wants to move a motion, there's a procedure to move a motion. You can't spring it up upon members in the house. And of course, there's a procedure even for motions without notice. Even for that, there's a procedure for that. So there is time for everything in the house. So if you have questions on the question paper, there will be a time for this question. There's time for this question. There'll be a time for questions to the executive, time for questions to the president. You can't convert a debate on a bill into a question session in the typical sense of a question session. So there is time for everything. There's orderliness in the manner that Parliament functions. Ruling not to take points of order, I think I've made a point that where the speaker has made a determination or any other presiding officer that a process is being abused because sub rule 9 of rule 92 says members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order because of this bigger picture that the house is there for. Don't question in the house request. Yes, I've made a point that members may always report to the rules committee, to multi-party structures, to review the decisions of the house. And of course, I mean, there are other cases which would have come before this committee, and this committee felt, okay, no. So there are always forums where some of these things can be reviewed, and the structures are not bound to agree with the decision that has been taken. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Honorable Kaba, you were out. I wanted to check whether you have got something to ask from Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chair, for your patience, and greetings to all in the meeting. Yes, Chair, I think mine was the fact that in understanding that any other member, including Mr. Kaso, our roles and responsibilities are earlier outlined as per hearing resumed. So the continuation of that, perhaps, Chair, in my view, may delay us having to hear the content of the hearing itself. I'm raising this because, Chair, I think even to Mr. Kaso or the initiator and the advocate, they may have been sharing of who is who here. So I noticed the hearing being delayed by asking the terrorism as to who are you representing and what is your job description. So I thought perhaps if that would be outlined, that already we know each other here, except having to go to the roles and responsibilities of why am I a member of parliament and all that. Thanks, Chair. I think that was just for matters of procedure, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kaba. Honorable members, do you still want to make some follow-up questions, or you are fine with the responses? Silence means that we are fine, honorable members. So we'll now
Yes,
proceed.
thanks, Chair. We are fine. Fine.
We'll proceed with our program. Thank
Yes,
you,
thanks, Chair. We are fine.
Mr. Kaso for the responses. We are being revived. Indeed, the role of Parliament is to orientate us all the time. It's like in the church, we go there every Sunday, but each day the verse is new. But what is important is to listen to that particular verse. So thanks, we are being revived here. At this stage, I will now call upon Advocate Kasiboto to call his witnesses and lead their evidence. I just want to establish with him whether we do have them in our midst. Advocate Do we have your witnesses in our midst?
Thank you, Chairperson. I do confirm that they are present. And yes, I do intend to call each and every one of them. And if I can just make a request, Chair, I haven't consulted the initiator on this, and perhaps you should invite a comment as well. It's just dawned on me now, which is why I'm only raising it now, just as a matter of procedure. What has happened is there was evidence in chief, there was my cross-examination, then there was re-examination. And after that, the members of the committee posed questions to Mr. Glasso, to which he gave answers to. The conceptual difficulty I have, and I'm not challenging, of course, how you decide to run the house, I'm just putting it out there and perhaps you can assist me, is that to the extent he gives answers, particularly factual ones, that I would have challenged had I had an opportunity to, I would have appreciated that. And I'm not saying let's reverse what has happened. I'm just simply suggesting, for the sake of mitigating against that disadvantage going forward, can I ask that before I re-examine my witnesses, the questions by the committee would have been put to them, and only then do I re-examine, because then loose ends come in like just now and I don't have an opportunity to respond to them. So if then perhaps I can invite the initiator to get a sense of her attitude about that, and then perhaps we can direct us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Advocate, here were flexible, as I've indicated even yesterday. It's only that sometimes we do not understand each other, but usually your good selves as legal guru, you have got your pocket meetings all the time. I will appreciate if you do that with the initiator. I may give the House a break of 10 minutes and then we resume again, just respecting what you are raising. But myself and the committee were in the hands of our initiator. Let us take it into that spirit. Thank you. Initiator and the advocate, can you have some pocket min, then we'll come and advise us. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. For my own edification, can you just repeat what you would like us to do?
Usually this process where it needs your good selves as initiator and the defender, you used to have pocket meetings on certain issues, deliberating legally. So what he is requesting, he's saying he wants your wisdom on this matter, because according to him, I should have allowed him to come back again, re-examine the witness. So I'm saying according to my program with my officials and my legal gurus, that's the way I think we need to proceed, but not to deprive him. Can he raise those issues with you? I'm giving you that small minute so that he raise it with you, and then you will come and advise us as the initiator. I don't know whether I'm clear. Initiator. Advocate Gordon.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Could I perhaps ask that I hear that you want to adjourn for about 10 or 15 minutes. Could I perhaps during the adjournment speak to my learned friend about that proposal that has been made? And then perhaps
That's what I'm requesting, that you speak with him, because he said he wants you to agree with him. So, but the way he has placed it, I cannot rule over it. I'm relying on your guidance as our initiator. So you are correct. It's exactly what I'm saying.
Thank you, Chair. Then I will confer and discuss the issue with my learned friend during the adjournment, and we will get back to you, hopefully with an agreed position.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's adjourn for 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, we are back. Let me allow the initiator to brief us.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I conferred with my colleague, and I have no objection to the proposal that he made, that the questions from the committee will follow cross-examination. Am I correct? Which would then permit my learned friend to include that in the re-examination. Obviously, within the boundaries of re-examination. Thank you.
So you are saying that we must allow him to re-examine again? Hello?
No, Chair, that is not our agreement, and that is not, I did not hear him to mean that or to say that.
All right.
The questions from the committee will follow from from cross-examination. Then my
Okay.
learned friend would continue with re-examination, if any. However, the re-examination must still accord with the rules of re-examination.
Okay. So
Thank you,
if
Chair.
you, thank you. If we agreed, I'm happy about that decision. So we're now proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just by way of housekeeping and just so people and the committee knows where we are at each stage, I'll start by calling Mentele MP for examination in chief, and then I will call the rest after her. And perhaps before I do that, for a second or so, let me just say this, because it's quite an important point. It is this: there's been this idea that has been, bandied about, if you will, that the court has ruled on some of the issues I've raised. It hasn't, nor has it been asked to. I was not part of the team that was in court, but my instructions are, all the court said was, these proceedings must proceed without giving reasons. And in that process, there was no challenge that I've brought before this committee. So the question as to whether the speaker was supposed to be here or not has not been answered by any court. The question of whether this committee is properly constituted has not been answered by any court. So I just want to place that on record, and for the benefit of other committee members who might not have followed that process. There is no validation of any decision that has been taken by this committee from any court. With that being said, I want to call Mentele MP to the stand. She's joining us virtually, and I'll start my questions directed at her. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate. Thank you, Advocate. Before you do that, in terms of the rule, Rule 168 requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in this proceeding. Do you have any objection to taking any oath or making any affirmation, Honorable Mentele?
No objections, Chair.
If there is no objection, Honorable Mentele, I will request you that you say this after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth.
I swear that the testimony that I'm willing to give is the truth.
And only the truth.
And only the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Advocate. But when I check, we have got 8 minutes to go to lunch. During that break, we were still on session. It was out of your request, so we cannot say we were delayed. I will request that when we adjourn for lunch, when we come back, you will proceed with Honorable Mentele. Thank you, Honorable Mentele, for having taken an oath willingly so. Honorable members, let's adjourn for lunch and then we'll resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Honorable members, I believe it's time to start.
Hi, Chair. Gaswater.
Mtolisi, do we have
Yes,
everyone on the
Chair.
board?
The initiator is looking in just now. Yes, Chair, I can hear you. She's here. If you could just give her a minute.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
thank you.
Chairperson, I think we are now ready to proceed.
Yes, Advocate, you may proceed. Welcome back, Honorable Mento and the others, and their good self.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Mente.
Good afternoon, Gaswater.
Ms. Mente, what I intend to do with you is to ask you questions that relate to the 30th of October, 2022. August, my apologies, 2022. And these are the proceedings we've been discussing since yesterday. Do you recall the day in question?
I'll be lying if I say I recall in detail the day. It's been over a year. So I may miss some of the things because there's a lot that I cannot really recall.
Yes, but by and large, you remember the discussions that have been that we've been discussing since yesterday, just by and large.
Yes, when I see the video, yeah, some of the things, yes, I can recall.
Yes, and I'm glad you're saying once you've seen the video, you recall, because what was being discussed yesterday in relation to you specifically was you being asked to leave by the speaker. You recall being asked to leave by the speaker?
Yes, I recall being asked by the speaker, but also
Yes.
I recall asking the speaker for why.
Yes. So let's have a discussion around that. You're saying you recall being asked to leave by the speaker and you asked why. Why did you ask why you're being asked to leave?
Yeah, because if ever the speaker is asking you to leave, it's always driven by whatever circumstance that you as a member, you would have participated in and you know for a fact what you have done. And for that particular day, I cannot recall what I did. And hence I asked the speaker, why are you saying I should leave the house?
So you're saying the speaker asked you to leave the house and you do not know on what basis she was asking you to leave the house?
Absolutely. And if you look at the video, I am asking the speaker, what is it that she says I must withdraw? And I'm asking her, what is it that I should withdraw? Which was never then put to my attention as to what is it that I should have withdrawn.
Were you ever told at any point what it is that you were asked to withdraw?
No. Neither was the speaker at any point came back to the house to deliver her verdict on the undertaking she makes at the end of the video when she says, what you have said is on Hansard.
It's interesting you should say that, and you would have been observing the proceedings since yesterday. I took Mr. Glasso through another instance, which I don't think is in dispute, which in fact he confirmed that there is a member of parliament from the African National Congress Party who had similarly been asked to withdraw. Let me restate that. The speaker had asked the member to confirm that what he's being accused of, he had in fact said. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall, I don't think it's in dispute, do you recall that Mr. Jomo then said, no speaker, and to which the speaker responded, I will not make a ruling. Before I make a ruling, I will go and confirm with the Hansard whether what you've been accused of having said, you in fact said. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall.
In other words, he was not asked to withdraw despite or because the speaker did not know whether he had said what he's accused of. Is that so?
Absolutely correct. And ordinarily, if I may expand, ordinarily, if a speaker did not hear what you said, that's what they always say, a chair or a speaker, whoever presides over the house, if they did not get what was said, they always have to first go to Hansard and then come back to make a ruling.
Yes. I want your opinion on this. If the speaker had taken the position that she had taken with Mr. Jomo, would there be any reason for the speaker? Well, let me start here. If the speaker had made the ruling she had made in relation to Mr. Jomo, then she wouldn't have said withdraw, is it?
Absolutely correct.
And then you would have had, do you want to come in?
Sorry, Chair. I don't know whether the witness would be in a position to decide, to determine, or to give an opinion on what the speaker would or would not have done.
I think that's a fair objection, Speaker. You wouldn't have to make a ruling on it. I accept the objection. All I'm simply trying to get at is this, and I'm soliciting your opinion on it. What the initiator is suggesting is that you can't be in the mind of the speaker, and therefore you can't speak for what the speaker would have done, and I accept that. Similarly with Mr. Glass, obviously the same principle must apply when the committee considers. All I'm simply getting at is, Ms. Mentele, would there have been a reason for the speaker to order you out of the house if you had not defied her ruling?
At this point, Advocate, one would not even have to be asked to leave the house if the speaker had applied the ruling the similar manner she applied the rule on the member of the ANC, where she said she will refer to the Hansard and then come back to make a ruling. And the plea of that day on the video is that, what is it that I said? And if you listen carefully to the video, is that there is context to what is being said, and the speaker did not then say, okay, then let's look at the context. In a similar manner which the member of the ANC raised and said, I cannot remember what I said, Speaker, therefore, please refer to the Hansard. So there was no need for the Speaker to ask me to leave the House without having ascertained what is it that was said.
Yes, thank you. I don't think anything turns on this factual inaccuracy. So Mr. Dlomo did not say, I cannot recall. He denied having said what he's being accused of. But that changes nothing in terms of your answer, because the simple point is the speaker was prepared to not make a ruling on a basis of something she doesn't know. Now, let's deal with this then as a final point, and this is the concluding remark I'm going to solicit from you. If I understand your evidence, you are saying if the speaker had taken care to ascertain the facts before she asks you to do something, i.e. withdraw, had she done that, then she wouldn't have had to ask you to leave for asking why, and she wouldn't have had to ask for the security services to kick you out of the house as a result of that, had she from the start applied the same principles she applied to Dr. Dlomo. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely correct. The inconsistency in application of the law which governs the House by the Speaker on that day would not have applied to me if it didn't apply to Dlomo.
Sorry, Chair. Just to object that that was obviously a heavily leading question, just for the record.
She's raising it for the record, Speaker. I presume you'd have made a note, and perhaps it's something we'll take up in argument. Chair, that's the sum total of my examination, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Menti. Ms. Menti, I shouldn't be long with you, but all the questions are actually very specific. And I'm grateful for my learned friend for going directly to the issue. Thank you. Ms. Menti, the issue that your advocate raised with Mr. Kaso was really an issue of fairness. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall the question, the cross-questioning.
Yes. So in respect of your case and your answer to the charges and or allegations, the only issue raised was one of fairness and that you were not treated fairly by the speaker when she asked you to withdraw a statement or a remark that you had made in the House. So I've noted in your evidence in chief, you said you don't really recall what happened on the day in question. But when you looked at the video, it kind of came back to you.
Sorry if I may come in there, my apologies. Just by way of correction, in fairness to the witness, firstly, that's not the issue, the only issue, the issue of fairness. The other issue is whether the speaker knows what she had said or not. So it's not just the inconsistent application of the principle, but the fact that she made a ruling on a basis of facts she doesn't have. Just in fairness to the witness.
Chair, the issue that I have here was one of fairness, really. And I'll get to the issue of whether the speaker knew or did not know what Ms. Menti had said. So, Ms. Menti, What struck me from the video, but also more from the Hansard transcription, is that at no stage did you deny that you had made disturbing and or threatening remarks to Ms. Ngweba. I don't see that anywhere. Do you have a comment on that?
Maybe we're watching two different videos, because on that particular video, the opening remark is that the threat came from the side to the members, and in protection of the members, I had to do something, whatever it is that was happening. But it was not the fact, the matter, I don't recall what I said.
Ms. Menti, when you go, and I will take you to the Hansard in just a moment, but just in case you misunderstood me, nowhere in the Hansard recording, which is a verbatim transcription of the proceedings and what was said in the House on the 30th of August 2022, nowhere, there is not one word of a denial on your part when the speaker confronts you about remarks that you made. And just for good order, let us go to the Hansard transcription. Let's go to page 387. The issue plays itself out over about 2 or 3 pages. But let me take you through what I see happened here. Do you have the relevant page?
Come again?
Do you have the relevant pages of Hansard?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just bear with me. And I go through this exercise being mindful of the fact that you yourself have admitted you don't really recall what happened. So when we go to page 387, well, even before 387, the Honorable Zulu is on her feet, and she then conveys to the speaker that 2 women in the House on either side, and I accept her to mean that on the side of the ANC, there was someone who made a remark, and on the other side, she was meaning the EFF had made a remark. In other words, you had made disturbing and or threatening and or unbecoming remarks to each other. That is what Honorable Zulu then got up on her feet to say to the speaker. That is on page, I think it's on page 384. And let me just read 2 sentences to you on page 384. Minister Zulu says, what is actually very disturbing right now is that members of the EFF in the front and members on this side are actually going to the point of almost talking physical threats against each other. No, honorable member, really. She continues on page 385. I'm not going to read the entire section. It is there for the committee to see. And she confirms that they have heard the physical threats that were made. Then when you fast forward to page 387, the speaker then addresses you, Honorable Menti, and Honorable Ngweba. Honorable Ngweba, as we know, is a member of the ANC. She addresses both of you. In other words, it's an accurate statement to make that she reprimanded both of you. Do you agree with that? It's in the Hansard.
Now I see what is in the Hansard. So what's the question about that?
Yes. As I said, also giving the fact that you don't remember so well, I'm taking this issue as it played out in the House, also for the assistance of the committee. So on page 387, the Speaker reprimands both of you. She says, Honorable Menti, Honorable Magweba, with all due respect, I'm appealing to both of you to withdraw what you said to one another for the benefit of this House. What precedes that is that the Speaker then tells both of you that this is Women's Month, this is not how women behave, and that you are supposed to be exemplary to the people of South Africa watching you live as you behave in the House. At the bottom, Ms. Mgweba says, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw. So I am telling you, Ms. Menti, that up until this point, the Speaker was absolutely fair when she treated you and Ms. Mgweba equally. She did not finger you out or target only you. Do you have a comment on that?
Except that you are reading convenient clauses of this Hansard. You are not reading the Hansard that refers to me and the incident or whatever we call it in its entirety. Because the response which is there on Hansard, which I make, is very clear on the context which the Speaker did not want to hear. So you cannot then say the Speaker was fair. There is no fair. The Speaker was not fair.
We are getting,
There's context there.
to page 388. I'm not finished yet. What I am putting to you.
I'm not going to agree that the Speaker was fair.
Okay, I didn't expect you to agree to that.
Honorable Mentor, please give each other time for the benefit of the House. Allow her to speak and then you respond in that order. Thank you.
No, she must also not speak when I'm still answering.
Ms. Menti, so we will continue. That is up until page 387. So when we then go to 388, the Speaker says, thank you very much. And then she turns to you and she says, Honorable Menti, you say, thank you very much, Speaker. I will not withdraw protecting my members because she after Dr. Dlomo. The Speaker then interjects, Ms. Menti, you say again, no, you want, there is context to everything. The Speaker then tries to bring some order to you because from the video you could see that you were shouting at the Speaker and the Speaker was trying to calm you down. Again, you repeat there is context. Then at the bottom, you say to the Speaker, you are not going to sit here and intimidate my members. Over the page, on page 389, you say it will never happen. The Speaker tries again to calm you down, to restore some order and respect, because the video will show that you continued to shout. Then you say further down the page, I want you to be clear, Speaker. The Speaker says, I'm requesting you, it does not matter what happened. You say, no, it matters, it matters, it matters, Speaker. Then over the page, in the middle of the page, Ms. Menti, you say, Honorable Speaker, my member was threatened by another member after Dlomo also threatened his children. Then I will jump and I will go back to what you say. Secondly, she threatens my member and I must sit here and be quiet when my member. The speaker says, no, honorable member, no, honorable mentee. It is not going to happen that my members are threatened whilst I am here. Over the page, you again say, it will never happen, it will never happen. In the middle of the page, you say, then I must sit here and fold my arms. I am not going to do that. I am not going to do it, Speaker. I'm not going to withdraw protecting my members. So, Ms. Mentee, in your engagement with the Speaker, not once do you deny making disturbing and or threatening remarks. Not once. What do you say to that?
I do not know what is threatening remarks in your context because the Hansard does not have record of what was threatening. So do not put words in my mouth. So your context of what was threatening and what was not threatening is not there. So if ever the sequence of events as they play out have got what I said, which Lomo denied and was referred to Hansard, and when I am asking the speaker to look into context, she refuses to it. There's nothing I can do about that. The inconsistencies, and let's also clarify one thing. Let's not confuse passion with shouting. When you are passionate about doing something and saying it passionately, must never be confused for shouting, because when shouting really, you will not like me.
Ms. Mentee, I'm not going to get into a debate with you whether you shouted or screamed or whether you were disrespectful. The video clip that we showed yesterday speaks for itself. The committee can look at it themselves.
But
So
you
on
have already said it clear that you
392,
are not shouting.
Ms. Mentee, as I said, you shouted, it's clear from the video. If I was wrong, I'm sure that your counsel will immediately object. But even if I am wrong, the committee can make up their own mind from what they see and observe on the video. On page 392, and bear with me, it's just the last 2 or 3 pages. You then say in the middle, you did not hear us. You are being told. The speaker then insists, Honorable Mentee, please withdraw. What must I withdraw? What must I withdraw? The speaker says, Honorable Mentee, withdraw. How Honorable Mentee withdraw? Then Mentee, please leave the house. You say, what must I withdraw? If you can't take the order, leave the house. It is my ruling, Honorable Member. It is my ruling. Leave the house, no Honorable Shivambu. Then I will get back to page 392, Ms. Mentee, but just to close off this point, on page 393, the speaker says, I have ruled that Honorable Mentee should leave the house. Honorable Mentee, leave the house. The speaker then says again, Honorable Mentee, please leave the house. If you can't, withdraw. Will you please leave the house? The speaker then calls the sergeant at arms because you then refused to obey the speaker. On the next page, on page 394, she then asks the sergeant at arms to request the Women Parliamentary Protection Services to escort you out. You still refused to do that. As the end of the page on page 394 shows, Honorable Mentee, please leave the house. So just to close off this point, let us go back to page 392, where you say, what must I withdraw? You that is preceded by a remark to the speaker where you say, "You did not hear us. You are being told." But this is what I put to you, Ms. Mentele. Although you ask the speaker, "What must I withdraw?" you never at any stage tell her that you deny again, that you deny having made any type of remarks to Ms. Mgweba. You rather use this opportunistically because you know the speaker did not hear both of you. What do you say to that?
It's exactly for that reason that you ought to know yourself. If she did not hear it, Carso was here in cross-examination, explaining at length at what point are the remarks that play themselves out in the House are being requested to be withdrawn. And once the speaker is satisfied that whatever was said is unparliamentary, then that must be withdrawn. At that point, she didn't know what was said and what was being said at the point. I told the speaker that in the context of it, go and hear what was the context of what was happening. So there was nothing for me to deny more than that the speaker had to go and establish what was being said.
Yes. So earlier on in the interaction, when the speaker addressed both you and Ms. Mgweba, the speaker and Ms. Zulu pointed out threatening remarks, disturbing remarks. At that juncture, when that was said, why didn't you then call a point of order and say to the speaker that this is wrong? I did not say that. I did not make any type of remark like that. You did not tell her that.
It depends on how you want to understand it. But the fact that I told her that listen to the context of what was being said, the similar way when Nkalipi stood on a point of order to report that the member of the ANC was threatening her and she wanted to establish what was being said. She did not ask me what was being said. She just told me to withdraw.
So
they
when
stood, they not. Can I finish?
Yes, please go ahead.
So if you are looking at how the speaker reacted to the point of order by Nkalipi against Domo and the point of order by Zulu against whatever was presumably said by me and Mgweba, the action thereof is different. The action was not of establishing what we said. The action was ultimatum that withdraw. Whatever you said, I'm not interested in hearing it. And that's how not you run a house.
So Ms. Mentele, again, because you did not answer my question, why didn't you raise a point of order to rectify the speaker? And a follow-up question which you may answer together. Why did you yourself not ask the speaker to check Hansard?
For Hansard to be checked doesn't mean that the member must directly ask the speaker for Hansard. Once you explain to the speaker that look at the context of this, that means exactly that go and establish what was the context of what was happening. And in fact, all these questions you are asking, there is no Hansard where it captured me saying anything. And that should be enough for you to understand that there was nothing which I have said. There's nothing in the Hansard capturing what I have said which was offensive, neither unparliamentary. And it should be informing your line of questioning rather than what was happening, me protecting myself from an illegal instruction of the speaker.
Okay, Ms. Mentele, what is very clear from Hansard in particular, and also from the video clip evidence, is that you were blatantly defiant when the speaker tried to address you. You were utterly disrespectful to her, and you disrespected her authority. What do you say to that?
If you see that as disrespect when you do not know what was being said, then whatever informed position that you have taken is an unfair position yourself, because you ought to be informed by what is it that was offensive said by a member. And I have no obligation of standing up in the House and take illegal and unlawful instructions from the speaker. The conduct of the speaker on that particular day was very much illegal, because she ought to have asked, what is it that you have said, rather than giving an ultimatum of telling people not to say anything but withdraw. At some point, she even says, I'm not quoting a verbatim, but she says something like, it's irrelevant if I know or I don't know. At this point, I'm asking you to withdraw. And you do not do that.
So what is also clear from Hansard is that you, when you spoke to the speaker, when you responded to her, you made it very clear to her that you were not going to keep quiet. You were not going to sit and keep quiet while Ms. Magweba was allegedly threatening you or a fellow EFF member. So that strongly suggests that you made the remarks that were threatening, or you made remarks that were threatening and or disturbing.
Where are those remarks? Because you cannot fabricate evidence yourself. Where are the remarks that I said? If you can point me to the remarks that have led to the speaker to take such a decision, I'll be happy, because I have no recollection of me offending anyone. So where are the remarks that I've said? Do not fabricate and make a case, because you are now adding a case and you are making a case. You are actually suggesting that there are remarks that I've made. Where are they?
So it seems to me, and I must put this to you because this is what I will argue, is that based on Hansard, you accepted that you made these remarks because you did not deny it.
The fact that there is no denial, and I've said this with you, do not conveniently read the Hansard. The reaction that is there on the Hansard is on the basis of protest when the speaker asked me to withdraw something I did not say. And at that point, Dlomo had already intimidated my members, which he stood up to say he does not know what happened. And the speaker said, I will go to Hansard. What was stopping the speaker from saying the same thing, to say, okay, if there's context, therefore let's go look for context and then come back and rule on it?
Yes. So see, this is all after the fact. This is all after the fact, but the transcription is a verbatim transcription as to what transpired in the House on the day. So this is a very, very accurate description of what was said, and very importantly, what was not said. So if it's your view, Ms. Mentele, that the speaker acted illegally, why did you not invoke Rule 8 of the National Assembly rules as a remedy?
Number one, you know, you are speaking for someone whom you refuse to bring here. And unfortunately, once a speaker makes an undertaking that I'll listen to the Hansard and come back to the House, that ruling is binding, and therefore the speaker was supposed to have come back with it, which she did not do. And conveniently, you are not concerned with that. And you are jumping for a rule that is not applicable when a person has made an undertaking, which she did not follow through herself as a speaker. So I think then you must go back to the rules of parliament and understand the process thoroughly and how it works. And number two, the issue of the rules and the law that applies to the House, my legal team is best placed to expand on how the law that governs the House works. What I'm dealing with right now is what is on Hansard verbatim from me and what I did not say, which led to what you are reading. And then number 3, what you are seeing here being said as a protest is a build-up of something, an accusation made by a member of the ANC, which the speaker took it as a gospel truth and asked me to withdraw something which is not on Hansard. You also don't know what I said. So you ought to be preoccupied about what is it exactly that the member said, because I can't find it on Hansard.
Ms. Mentele, are you finished?
Yes.
Yes. So you didn't answer my question, but I will leave it at that and I will address it again during legal argument. But there was clearly a remedy available to you which you did not use or invoke. And I must infer from that, as I will argue, that at the time that it happened on the 30th, you were not of the view that what the speaker did was illegal or unlawful. And that is what I will argue. So just turning to just the last 1 or 2 questions, and then I will finish my cross-examination. When the speaker, when you refused to withdraw the remarks that you made, the speaker then asked you to leave. Why did you not leave?
Because I was being illegally removed. The speaker had not told me what I said. What did I do? The speaker ought to have said, because you have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, therefore you must leave the House. The speaker did not tell me that.
You see, the speaker had made a ruling that both you and Ms. Magweba from the ANC had to withdraw your respective remarks. So she had ruled on the point, and she had given you an instruction, and you defied her, disrespected her authority as the Speaker of the House.
A ruling based on what? Because that ruling was based on what did I say, which the speaker did not answer.
So this brings me to the previous question that I asked you, which you didn't answer. If you had an issue with the lawfulness of what she did, and I'm only using your words, it was illegal, you said, there was a remedy that you could invoke, which you didn't invoke. So instead, what you did your own thing. You disrespected her. And you refused to leave the House.
Once more, I'm going to refer you to the legal team to deal with the issue of how the law in the House works. But one thing I'm going to answer is that irrespective of how you look at it, for as long as there is no remarks made by me on Hansard, there was no basis for me to be asked to withdraw anything. And that should not have led to me being asked to vacate the House.
Yeah. So you didn't invoke Rule 9212, which has to go to the Rules Committee, nor did you invoke Rule 8, which speaks, if I'm not mistaken, on general rulings made by the Speaker. Instead, you openly defied a ruling made by the Speaker. In that sense, you clearly contravened a rule, with the result that the Speaker had no choice but to call the Sergeant at Arms to escort you out, which you also refused. You refused to cooperate, which means that you contravened another rule.
I don't understand how you are asking a question of me not invoking a remedy in the house where there was no remedy for me to use. The only remedy I had was the speaker to go and refer to Hatzat. And I'm not so sure then what else should I have done in the house for my protection as an elected member to go and represent the people and as a whip of the organization of the EFF to protect the members that are under my custody at the time. So I'm not so sure what do you mean when you say I did not use, if there was a remedy that I had. I had no remedy. The speaker gave me an ultimatum and didn't want to listen. And also for the record is that when you are saying the speaker was calm and all of that, the speaker was not calm. The speaker had already threatened the entire caucus of the EFF that it must stop speaking, it must not raise any point of order, to a point where even the point of order which led us to where we are today was raised by an ANC member who was then allowed to speak when we were not allowed to speak, when we were not allowed to say anything in the house. And from the member of the ANC having said whatever she said, a speaker takes an ultimatum and says, whatever you said is irrelevant at this point, just withdraw. Withdraw what? Even yourself, you are making a case which is not informed by anything, because the Hansard does not have any record of me saying anything else. All the videos you have watched of me raising point of orders, reading the rule book and all of that, there's nothing that suggests that I threatened people. So I'm not so sure what then you are referring to. And then I'm not so sure if maybe you are adding some other charges to all these frivolous charges that I'm charged with.
Yeah. So Ms. Menti, all of what you were saying now, just it doesn't relate to the point at all. You know, and you suddenly are ignorant of the remedies in the rules. And let me just read Rule 8 to you, because you seem to be perhaps ignorant or you're conveniently disregarding your remedies. Rule 8 of the National Assembly rules deals with rulings. And I will jump straight to sub-rule 3 under 8. It says the following. Members must comply with rulings made by presiding officers. 4. A member may request that a ruling be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and report. There is your remedy.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, Ms. Benton. I apologize to the initiator as well. At this point, I must object, Chair. Legal propositions are put to the witness over and over and over again. She had said multiple times, I'm here to answer to the factual claims. This committee is a fact-finding committee. I was reprimanded when I was asking Mr. Glasso to give an opinion about the lawfulness of what was done, and I retracted the question. The same is being done to Ms. Mente over and over again. I repeat, she's here to answer factual questions, not what she's entitled to in law, not whether she complied with the rules or not. So I'm asking that that line of questioning cease, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. Initiator, can we take that route? And
yes, Chair.
also to
Can
advise you
I
on the
first answer?
issue of time. Left with few
Can I
minutes.
first answer to that, Chair?
Yes.
Thank
You may.
you. I'm very happy to be guided by the committee, but this is my response to the objection raised by my learned friend. At no stage whatsoever have I put a legal proposition to Ms. Menti, nor have I asked her to comment on any legal proposition, nor have I invited her to give her legal opinion on any issue pertaining to this matter. The question as to the remedy, you will recall, was traversed with Mr. Castle, in his evidence in chief, in cross-examination, and then I don't think in re-examination, but it was a feature, a pertinent feature of his evidence. It was also an issue that Ms. Mentele had introduced. In her view, it is not my words. It was her words where she said that the speaker was acting illegally. As a matter of evidence, as a matter of cross-examination, I'm entitled to probe that opinion with her. She raised it. And the second
Thank you,
issue-
initiator. Can you proceed?
Thank you. So, Ms. Mentele, even, and this is my final proposition to you, even if you disagreed with what the speaker had done or said or ruled, it doesn't matter. You must respect the ruling and or order of the speaker. Your remedy is there for you to take it up at a later stage. But you directly contravened two further rules when you disrespected the authority of the speaker when she asked you to leave.
Sorry again, Chairperson. Sorry, I must interject again. As I understand,
Yes, advocate.
examination of a witness is putting questions to the witness. It's happening again, where proposition after proposition after proposition is put to her without a question. That's arguing with the witness. I'd rather the questions solicit answers rather than arguing with the witness. I must respectfully object again, Chairperson.
Initiator, can you put a question?
Sorry, Chair. During cross-examination, I am not only permitted to question the witness, to ask her direct questions, but I am also permitted as a matter of cross-examination rules to put propositions to the witness for her comment. I am not just confined to direct questions. The questions, my concluding questions, by the way, or propositions to Ms. Mentele was entirely appropriate because it goes to the essence of the charges against Ms. Mentele. In actual fact, it mimics to a large extent the wording of the charges. I am within my full right to put that proposition to her for her comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, initiator. Are you done?
That is also the end of my cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Mentele. Advocate, I will now invite you to re-examine your witness.
If I can just come in there and just take direction from you. My understanding was there was agreement that I will only re-examine once the committee has had an opportunity to put questions to my witness. Can I please just take direction from you, Chair, in that respect?
Initiator, can you assist me on this one?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have no objection to that approach, save that it's with one caveat, which I think I may have placed on record previously, that the re-examination is obviously confined to re-examination and the rules of re-examination. It doesn't mean that the committee's questions will now broaden the scope of the re-examination. But other than that, I have no objection to that approach.
Thanks. If you don't have any objection, we are in your hands. We'll proceed. I will now invite honorable members to make clarity-seeking question to the witness. Staff members, assist me to identify hands from honorable members. Please.
Ms. Seke's hand is up. At the moment, it's only her hand I see. Chair,
Yes,
Ms.
you are
Seke's hand
saying
is
it's only the honorable Grace Seke's hand.
and Ms. Tagude,
Yes,
the chief whip. Only those
yes.
two for now.
Okay. Honorable members, you are at liberty to can ask clarity seeking question to the witness. The rule of 15 minutes still applies for all of us for this session.
Mr. Mlenzana's hand is up. Chair, maybe you should give opportunity to Ms. Seke.
I did so. I invited her. Honorable Seke, please.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chair. I think the session went quiet, so I was not very sure whether I should continue or not. And thanks to your good self. Good afternoon, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, molweni.
Dumela Sisi, how are you?
Ndiyaphila kunjani?
Ndiyaphila nam. I'm not quite sure, Chair. Should I ask all my questions or should I pose my questions one by one and request Honorable Mente to respond?
I
Can you
think
guide?
it's better to ask all the questions so that she jot them down, and then during response she will know exactly which questions comes from which honorable member. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for your guidance, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mente, my first question, what do you know about the authority of the Speaker when presiding over House proceedings within the context of the rules of the National Assembly? My second question is what you did on that day accord with the decorum of the House? The third one, why didn't you alert the Speaker to what was happening instead of saying that you are not apologetic about protecting your EFF members? Are you still with me, Honorable Mente?
Yeah, well, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
writing.
All right. The fourth one, can you take this hearing to your confidence and tell us as to what happened between you and Honorable Mugweba on that day? The other one, the reasonable conclusion is that whatever you said was unparliamentary on that day. What are your comments, Honorable Mente? The very last question, how can you persuade the hearing to find in you favor, given that you were not upfront to the Speaker about what transpired on that day? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zeke. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Dlakud.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mente, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mente, as a leader in your own party, and at some point you were defending your own members, what make you challenge the ruling of the Speaker in the House instead of following the relevant processes if you were not satisfied with her ruling on that day? Because the rules are clear that the ruling of the Speaker cannot be challenged at that point, and there are processes to be followed. Why didn't you take that route as a leader? Then my second question is that was it okay, in your own opinion, for members of the EFF in the House, especially those whom you are charged with, to call for the spurious points of orders, even though the Speaker indicated that she will no longer take any points of orders? Then my last question to you, again as a leader, what is it that you think will ensure that as honorable members of Parliament, we maintain the decorum of the House? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlakud. Honorable Mlenzana.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and once more, good afternoon, Honorable Mente.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
No, just two questions from me. It's not many. One, it's just for record purposes. If you understand the rules of the House, as I assume you do, the question would be, do you always adhere to the rules of the House? If yes, you can justify. If no, why? Or at what stage do you sometimes not adhere to the rules of the House? And then the last question, Chair, would be to Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente, what is your understanding of the term defiance and also the term contempt? I'm asking these two in relation to the current hearing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable Mente, can you please respond to the questions?
There's
Sorry,
another
Chair.
hand, Chair.
There's another, Mr. Tawa's hand is up, Chair.
Honorable Kaba.
Apologies. Thank you. Sawon assessment. Kunjani?
Siyaphila kunjani?
Siyabonga ne. No, ithi ngibonge ngokuthi ucorporate ube khona to
Mr. Kaba, your network is so bad. We can't hear any. Mr. Kaba, your network is very, very bad. We don't hear anything.
Leader you are,
Honorable Kaba.
which all of us are as
Honorable
taken
Kaba, can
off.
you, Honorable
Your
Kaba,
understanding, hear you, Chair.
I am saying
Can
your
you hear
network
me?
is very bad. Your network is very bad. We could not hear you from the beginning, but now you were coming up. Can you change the position? I hope Honorable Mentele didn't hear anything too.
Oh, I did not
Chair.
hear anything.
Chair, can I suggest something? If the network continues to be bad for Mr. Kaba, maybe you could simply write the question on the chat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to request because really we don't hear him. And Honorable Mentele too won't hear what he's saying.
Okay.
Honorable Kaba, do that in writing,
Okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then in the meantime, I'll request Honorable Mentele to start responding in the interest of time. Over to you, Honorable Mentele.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair. In majority, the questions are directed at the rules and the application thereof. And the difficulty here is rules of the House start with the Speaker because she or the Chair that presides over the House, because they are the responsible people to ensure that those rules are applied fairly and applied correctly. And unfortunately, at this point in time, we don't have a speaker to ask, why did you then invoke this particular rule without having followed a certain process which you have already followed? In this case, before the incident we're speaking about now, before it arose, there was two members of the ANC, one being Lamula on the Minister Lamula on virtual, which was he was quoted verbatim on what he said, and he was asked to withdraw because he could own up to what was quoted. Then there was another member, Member Lomo, who denied what he said and referred the speaker to Hansard. And when it came to me to say, go look into the context of what I said, the speaker plainly refused. Therefore, the issue of the rules then that don't apply, because you cannot then refuse to follow your own rules, which you have applied throughout the session of the House. That inconsistency on its own speaks unfairness and also speaks to I wanna deal with you kind of attitude. So the issue of rules, maybe then, if the speaker was here, we would be able to say what was supposed to have happened if she was here to then unpack the application of her own rules at that particular moment. Same applies to the issue of the decorum, because the decorum is held in the House. How you conduct the House is how the House then will follow your leadership. But if your leadership is problematic, the House is going to be problematic with you. You cannot start by shutting down members and say members must not speak. And when I was answering the initiator, I said, if she was allowing everyone to speak, we would have spoken on many issues. But then she became favorable where she only took hands from the ANC. And when they spoke at length on accusations and informing her of what was happening, which she took it as a gospel truth, then there's nothing I can do about that. She's the one who's destroying the decorum. You can't take gossip and then rule the house on the basis of gossip without ascertaining the facts. All that the speaker had to do was to say, well, if that's what happened, then let me go back to the Hansard and get context, then and tell the members to withdraw. Obviously, the ANC member was going to withdraw to whatever, because the speaker is the ANC person, so therefore, she was going to be held liable if she didn't withdraw. But the ultimatum of withdrawing is on a basis of the speaker knowing exactly and sure that these particular words that were said in the House are unparliamentary, offensive, or unconstitutional for whatever reason. And as a leader, Mam Dlakodi, I know very well that once you steer the ship, if you press wrong buttons, the ship is going to go the wrong way. Therefore, as a leader, you ought to allow the processes of holding the executive accountable flow. And on that particular day, the questions that were being asked by the members of the EFF had nothing to do with spurious point of orders, but were fact-finding from trying to make the president to answer the questions. And the speaker had no grounds to stop the members from answering the questions. What she had to do, she was supposed to put the questions as they are to the president, and the president would have said, because that one was not part of what I'm supposed to be answering at this point, I will then go and find out what is the information. And that has been what is happening in the House. That has been the rule that we have been all following. So on that particular day, the speaker just shut down people without even asking the president, President, are you able to answer that question, as we always do to every other person? Therefore, the issue of decorum does not arise. If you press wrong buttons, the ship is going to sink with you. The adherence is the same thing. You adhere to fair rules, constitution, and the lawfulness of everything that's applied. So you cannot adhere to things that you don't understand. And in this case, it's very clear to the members of the committee what is being on Hansard quoted and being used is me protesting on what did I say, which is not recorded anywhere. There's no video of it. There's no Hansard of it. But I'm being evicted from the house for something I do not know, for something I did not say, for something that's not anywhere. So there's fabrication of charges on the basis that I said something which no one can own up to it. And therefore, there is no right person in their right mind that will just go and follow. You follow the law only when the law is treating you fairly. But the last thing also is that, I think Merla Bude asked this. The last thing is that when the speaker makes an undertaking on a daily basis, we get chairpersons of the House coming back with rulings of Hansard of the undertakings they have made on previous days. And the speaker had not done that. So you ought to ask yourself, where is the undertaking of the speaker when she's filing a report to the Rules Committee? Because before she files a report to the Rules Committee, she should have herself complied with the rules of bringing the undertaking to say, these two honorable members said the following, and therefore I stand by my rule, or therefore because they are vindicated, they didn't say anything, I withdraw my ruling. That did not happen. So I'm not so sure then what else that has to happen on this issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let me read Honorable Kaba's question. Try just to listen to me.
That's
He's asking in this way, Honorable Mentele, do you understand that you are here as self, not as a party? That's the first question. Do you understand that you are here as a self, not as a party? That's the first question. The second question, have you had opportunity to understand committee roles?
because advocate misinterpreted it. We are not only a fact-finding committee. So these are the two questions Honorable Kaba has asked. I will request that you respond. And honorable members were left with 1 minute, but for the sake of peace, I will make sure that we add 5 minutes to this session, so that if you still want to make some follow-up, you will be allowed to do so. If not, it will be fine. We'll release Honorable Ment. Over to you, Honorable Ment.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, it is exactly for this reason that the composition of the committee is under question. And this matter is the one that my legal team has ventilated upon in the opening remarks, and again today to say we have not yet dealt with the matters in court and all of that, because one, the composition of the committee and me coming to the committee as an opposition member, one cannot take away from the fact that, one, the committee or itself, its majority is the ruling party, and the very same ruling party that is charging me. Therefore, you cannot then divorce me from the collective and what is happening. And then the next thing is, I'm charged as a member of parliament. And as a member of parliament of the EFF, the speaker also made it clear that the members of the EFF will not allow you to speak anymore. So when we are treated as a collective there, we must always defend ourselves as a collective. And I'm here again as a member of parliament representing the EFF. So every time I speak, I am going to quote the people that voted for the EFF and sent me to parliament, and therefore speak on their behalf. Because every treatment that is meted against the members of EFF is a treatment against the voters of the EFF. Therefore, those two matters are not, they cannot be divorced from each other. So the issue of the composition, me understanding it, I've said it. The composition of this committee is what is under question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we have got 2 minutes left. Do you have any follow-up questions? Is there anyone with a follow-up question?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Staff, assist me, Deputy Chief Whip.
I'm here, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. Honorable Mente, you said in your response the questions, you were asking questions to the president. But as a member of parliament, you know very well that questions are in sequence. They are numbered. And the question that was being asked was not question number 1. We were on question number 1. Then, in your understanding, because that question was coming, I think it was question number 5. In your understanding, do you think jumping from question 1 to question 5 was the correct way of doing things? Because that question was still coming. So if you can clarify that for me.
Thank you.
Then the last one,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Chair, if I can still a second, the composition of this committee, is it not constituted the same way with other portfolio committees of parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Lenzana, Chair. Sorry, Honorable
can
Mente. Lenzana and
Yes, I've seen you and Seke. I've noted
No,
you.
thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Let's allow Honorable Mente to respond. Honorable Mente, you may proceed, please.
Yeah, I think I need to clarify to the committee once more. It's not up to the speaker to prevent members from speaking. The speaker could have allowed the question to be answered by the president, and the president would have easily said, the question is coming and I'll answer. We've always been doing that, not unless in this particular case, then we're going to apply a new convention of the House, but it's always been the case. And then number two, the composition of this committee, this is not just like any other committee. This is a committee called Powers and Privileges. Therefore, privilege of members of parliament cannot be fulfilled if ever is going to be decided by the people who are charging you. The other portfolio committees and everything, that one is neither here nor there. This particular one is a committee that deals with privileges and powers of members. Therefore, there's no way that my power and my privilege will be restored by the people that have charged me, whose speaker had filed a frivolous case against me. Therefore, that also is not arising. Thank you.
Honorable Mlenzana.
Sorry,
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks,
sorry.
Chairperson. I will try to be very brief, Chairperson. Honorable Mente, let me put it to you for your comment. Taking for your response that you deliberately veered from adhering to the rules of the House, and as such took a decision to defy the presiding officer, thus bringing the House to contempt for whatever reason. But your reason driven you to such. Your comments, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable Mente.
There's nothing to comment about. That's a foregone conclusion. That's what you think. I can't comment on what you think. That's your view.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Thank you. Honorable Grace, second.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mente, I must say upfront that you have not responded to most of the questions that we have asked to your good self. You are so generic, but nonetheless, it's okay. It's fine with you. It's fine with us because we can be able to make a determination out of what you are responding from. Just to check with you, Honorable Mente, do you normally in the National Assembly as the leader of the EFF utilize the rules of the National Assembly? If yes, what do you understand by Rule 154 and Rule 211? Just to be specific. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Grace, second. Honorable Mente, can you respond?
Yeah, Chair, once more, I'm going to go back to the very same thing I said to the initiator. I'm here to answer to what is said on the Hansard and what I'm being charged for. So the issue of the rules that I must unpack, you can ask them to the legal team, they will unpack them on their application as well. And I have also made an indication that it takes two to tango in the House. Therefore, you can't ask me about the rules that the speaker, which when she's invoking them, is not here then to unpack at what point did she make that decision, for what reason. If it's under contest, therefore she must then validate the contest. And I've answered questions. You asked similar questions. There's nothing new that you have asked. Therefore, there's nothing new for me to say. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Mente, for the responses. Honorable members, at this stage, I will allow or give an opportunity for Advocate Kasibot to re-examine his witness. The 15 minutes rule applies. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think perhaps let me start with this general remark, because again, there seems to be a debate around this issue without necessarily us being ad idem as to what the proposition is. The idea about the composition of the committee is not that the committee is improperly constituted. That's not our submission. Our submission is it shouldn't be constituted as it is. And that's the Part B fight, if you will, that is happening in court next year. I thought I'll just place that on record. No one is suggesting that it shouldn't be constituted as it is currently. Ms. Mentele, then I want to ask you a couple of re-examination questions. It has been put to you that you did not deny making threatening statements. Do you recall when that cross-exam came? I don't know if you can hear me, Ms. Mentele. Ms. Mentele, can you hear me?
Honorable Chair, it seems as if Honorable Mentele is not on the platform. Thank you.
Now I am back, Chair. My other gadget, the battery died. So I've changed gadgets and I will not be able to put on the video on this one. We can continue.
Thank you, Ms. Mentele. I was saying to you, we've got 15 minutes, so I'm going to move quite speedily. And I'm going to ask you to, if you don't mind, unless you feel strongly, just answer me directly. So that I'm able to put all these questions to you. I only have been allocated 15 minutes. So I'm saying to you, do you recall when it was put to you that you did not deny making the impugned statements? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And is there anywhere where it shows you admitting making the impugned statements?
No.
And if anything, what appears on the Hansard and undisputed is you asked at least 3 times, what must I withdraw? You recall that?
Yes, that's correct, Advocate.
You asking what must I withdraw? What does that imply?
It implies that the speaker must then refer to Hansard in order to ascertain exactly what was said.
Does it suggest you admitting anything?
Sorry, objection. Chair.
Not at all.
I think, Chairperson.
Yes, Initiator.
Chair, I think that even my learned friend will agree with me that that was a leading question. You are not permitted to ask leading questions during re-examination. He is suggesting the answers to Ms. Mentele, and I object to that.
Let me see. I'll ask the question again and digest it from the perspective of the initiator and see if I agree. Ms. Mentele, does the answer that you gave, what must I withdraw, indicate you admitting anything? Do you still have an objection, initiator, to that?
Yes, definitely. You're suggesting the answer to her.
I'll move on, Chairperson. The second point I want to ask Ms. Mentele is this. The charge sheet refers to a disturbing and volatile exchange of remarks, or you are accused of exchanging remarks that are disturbing and volatile. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that, but also in the previous question, which I've also answered to the initiator, there is no way where I've admitted that I've said something, and I've also clarified to the initiator during cross-questioning that the fact that I said there's context which must be looked at means that the speaker must go and look at the context. The fact that I say what is it that I must withdraw, it means that I do not know what I must withdraw and what I said, therefore the speaker must go and ascertain. And that has been the same answer to her.
Yes, and it's clearly an important dispute of fact as to it. Would you say It is an important dispute of fact as to what it is that you said.
Absolutely.
And you've been accused of not making follow-ups about certain aspects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Given how important a dispute of fact this is, do you know if any structure of this house or the speaker or anyone for that matter went and followed up with Honorable Zulu as to what it is that she heard? Do you know?
No, there was no such investigation according to me. Neither it is in the bundle that is used to charge me.
So let me understand, you're saying to the best of your knowledge, no one, despite you being charged, no one from this house, this parliament has ever asked you what it is that you had said.
I've never been asked for any information besides when I received a charge sheet charging me for something that happened a year ago and not being furnished with the reasons why the speaker did not come back with her undertaking before she can go and file a report.
Were you ever told why no one has asked you or Honorable Zulu or Honorable Nkweba what words were being exchanged? Were you ever told why that question was never followed up on?
No.
Let's move to the next part. And of course, you know, they have not been called as witnesses here either. You know this, not so?
Yes.
In other words, we still don't have their versions, even when they had an option to call a witness, not so?
Absolutely.
Let's move to the second aspect of what I want to ask you. You were cross-examined extensively about the fairness of how you were treated. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you suggested that the speaker did not even care about what the facts were, and you did not refer to the Hansard, but that's the answer you gave. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have reference to page 389 of the Hansard. If you go to the second last paragraph, 389 of the Hansard, you confirm if this is what you're referring to. The speaker there says, in fact, this is what you say first. I want you to be clear, speaker. I want you to know. And as you're making that point, the speaker interjects and she says, I'm requesting you. It does not matter what happened now. Is that what we're referring to?
Absolutely.
In other words, the speaker did not care to find out what the facts were before she asked you to withdraw.
Yeah, she had made up her mind. She just gave me an ultimatum.
Thank you. Let's then move on to the third aspect I want to deal with. You were also told that the same treatment that you got from the speaker is the same one that Nkweba MP got, not so?
Come again. I think my network is failing me.
Okay.
Come again, advocate.
Yes, Ms. Mente. I'm saying earlier on, you were told that the same treatment that you were given was given to Nkweba MP as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we're told that there are stacks and stacks of boxes in some office. Do you recall that?
Absolutely.
Yes. And we're also told that you've received training around these rules. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that training that you were furnished, were you told that if a speaker takes an unlawful or unfair decision, as you see it, in respect of one member, it then necessarily makes it lawful and fair to do the same to another member? Was that part of your training?
Yeah.
I'll rephrase the question. Does the conduct of the speaker being unlawful, if you view it as being unlawful, and she addresses it to one member of parliament, does that then mean she can unlawfully and unfairly treat another member, in this instance you,
No.
So
And
then let
in
me ask
fact,
you
if I may just expand a little bit, sorry. When Caso was giving evidence, he mentioned that I think more than 2 times. Every time a speaker says something or makes a ruling is based on the facts that she would have ascertained and on the matters that have taken place or transpired right before her own eyes, and she will rule on it.
Yes, and you're suggesting that did not happen in your case.
It did not happen in my case because there is nowhere on Hansard where I'm offending or saying anything unparliamentary, which then leads up to what is being used to charge me now, where I was protesting to say, what is it that I must withdraw? Because I did not say anything. I don't remember saying anything.
So then I ask you this as a round of question to this theme of questioning. Of what moment is it, if any, that the speaker asked Ms. Mkweba MP to withdraw a statement and she did? In relation to you, the fact that Ms. Mkweba retracted, in relation to you, what does that matter? In other words, what does it matter that Ms. Mkweba withdrew her statement?
I would think because Ms. Mkweba withdrew and Ms. Mkweba is an ANC member. So ordinarily, the speaker who comes from the ANC, when they put any ruling to the members of the ANC, they must comply with that ruling because they are the same caucus. But when it comes to me, I wouldn't know why she took that particular route, and I wouldn't understand why she was not interested on facts, but take whatever Zulu was saying to her as true, and therefore it must be applicable to me as well.
Thank you. And then a question.
Advocate, I think we're left with 2 minutes. Can you try to wrap up?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mente, just 3 questions quickly. You were first asked, why didn't you explain to the speaker what happened? Were you asked to explain to the speaker what happened?
I wasn't asked to explain, I was asked to withdraw.
And then what you were also asked is, in fact, this was a statement from Tseke MP, I think it is, where she says she has reached a conclusion that your conduct was unparliamentary. And then I also want to quote Mlenzana MP on the conclusion that he has equally reached at this stage already. Mlenzana, when given Mlenzana MP, I sincerely apologize, Mhlekazi. Mlenzana MP specifically says, let me put it to you for your comment. You deliberately read from the rules to defy the speaker. In other words, he too has reached a conclusion at this stage already. And these are the members of the committee one would have expected will apply an independent mind, having considered the totality of the evidence and applied the legal test to those facts. But at this stage, at least, we've got an indication from 2 members that they've reached conclusions about your behavior. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, hence my answer to them that is a foregone conclusion. And hence there is a question mark on the compilation of this particular committee, which must decide on the power and the privilege each and every member of the House is having. So they have concluded, and that is why I said there's nothing for me to comment about on his views, because that his views are the foregone conclusion that I have breached or contempt of Parliament, whatever charges they put to me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mente. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Advocate. Thanks, honorable members. I'm looking at the time. It's now 22:04. I may invite Advocate to invite the second witness so that he may take an oath, and then we'll proceed tomorrow morning.
Sorry, Chair, there's just a slight deliberation between the initiator and myself. You can just borrow us a minute if you I'm not borrowing, I'm actually asking for it. I'm not going to give it back. Can you just allow us a minute to just deliberate on an issue if you don't mind, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Chair.
Recording in progress.
Chair, thank you for that opportunity. Can we have a bathroom break just for 3 minutes? And then we can resume then?
No problem, initiate.
Thank you.
No problem. 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Initiator, in your hands. Are you back?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we are back. Thank you for that indulgence. We also just, and this is by agreement between me and Mr. Kasiboto, that we would like for the hearing to continue so that we can complete the evidence of the EFF's two other witnesses. We will try our best
Recording
to keep
in progress.
as succinct as possible. So we ask the committee if we could sit until we are finished. We also make that request that if we finish today, we would like to take tomorrow to work on our written submissions and then reconvene on Thursday for oral argument. In other words, today, after the completion of the evidence, we would like, or we request that the hearing be adjourned until 10 o'clock on Thursday. But we're in your hands.
Thank you, Initiator. And I'm happy because the two of you, if you agreed, I don't think that ourselves will have a problem with that, because our main objective, all of us, is to complete this work. So, honorable members, I am just bouncing the request before your good selves whether we agree to proceed with the two witnesses today. What I will do, I will try my best that I stick to the time frame. I'm going to time, so I will request that cooperation from my legal gurus. But let me hear honorable members on this proposal. Honorable members, what are you saying?
We are fine with the proposal, Chair. Agreed.
Chair, I think we are fine. That is supported.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Chairperson. Yes.
Thank you. The request has been supported. Let's proceed. I will now request Advocate Kasiboto to request the second witness and lead his evidence before us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Kesa.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Mr. Kesa, what I will do is take you through what happened on the 30th of August, 2022. You'd have been sitting and observing since yesterday. And I would presume you've got a general sense of what we're talking about, not so?
Yes, Advocate, I've got a sense.
Advocate, before we proceed, can you allow me to say something to the honorable member in terms of Rule 168?
Indeed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kaiser. I believe I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. You must forgive me if I continue offending you. Honorable member, Rule 168 requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or a committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Open quote. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding that the answers or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence of documents required in this proceeding, close quote. Honorable member, do you have any objection to taking an oath or making an affirmation?
No, Chair, I don't.
If you don't, thank you, honorable member. You will say something after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth and only the truth.
I swear that the testimony and evidence that I'm going to give is the truth and only truth. And only the truth.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, honorable member. Advocate, you may proceed with honorable Cesar.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Kelza, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
I was saying to you that you've been part of these processes since its inception, that being yesterday morning, and you would be aware about what you've been charged with and the fact that we've been dealing with those charges, not so?
Yes, certainly.
And there's been a suggestion that you should be treated different to other members of parliament on the day, and that your sanction, or at least the charge that's being proffered against you, stands because, unlike other members of parliament, you spoke after the speaker had directed that she's not taking any more points of order. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Now, I want to test that claim that you are the sole MP who spoke after the speaker had said no more points of order. Let's start with page 278 of the bundle, which is page 2 of the Hansard itself. It's page 278. What appears on page 278 is a transcript or transcription of what happened in the House on that day. And it happens immediately when the session starts. Very early on, you see under the topic questions to the president. And then it shows what Mr. Shibambu would have said on a point of order. Do you see that?
Just give me a second.
It's page 278 of the bundle.
278 of the bundle.
These are two.
Let's do this.
Yes.
Oh, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. To an extent, you cannot find a reference I'm giving you. I would ask that you try, but to the extent you can't, just advise me. I'll read it, and if the initiator has got an objection, then she can raise objection as to whether what I'm relaying is there or not. But for the sake of progress, I wouldn't insist that you page through pages if there's no dispute about the proposition I'm making. So you'll see there, Mr. Shibambu raises a point of order immediately. Yeah. And then the speaker responds to Mr. Shibambu. She says, I am not allowing a point of order. I am recognizing, and then she says, sit down. Now, at that point, the speaker had already said she's not allowing points of order, not so?
Yes.
Okay. What then follows at page 279 is a point of order that is being raised.
Yes.
The speaker engages with Mr. Malema, who's raising a point of order. Do you see that?
Yes.
You then go to page 280. You see an engagement between Mr. Malema, who is persisting with his point of order, and then the speaker entertains that point of order. She says, Honorable Member Shibambu, we have not as yet got to the point of questions, hence I'm stopping. but I've called somebody. Once he has spoken, then you'll raise your point of order. Let's stop there. So the speaker at that point, despite her initial comment, is allowing a point of order at this point, not so?
Yes, he does. She does, sorry.
And then you can see the transcription, and then you go to 282. Mr. Shibambu then raises a point of order, which the speaker accepts despite her saying she's not taking points of order. She actually entertains Mr. Shibambu's point of order, and then she responds to it. Not so?
Yes.
You then go on at 286. What you see there is a point of order being raised by the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, which the speaker accepts, and the point of order is made. You then go to page 288. Mente MP raises a point of order, which is allowed. You then go to page 290. Gadebe, MP of the ANC, raises a point of order, which is allowed. You then fast forward, and then the speaker at page 281, thanks, Janet, at page 291, then the speaker says, Honorable Litsie, sit down, Honorable Mkhalipi. I will recognize you and you'll be the last one. You will be the last one. And then she acknowledges Litsie. Do you see that? Litsie MP, I apologize. You then move on. So there's a second ruling now from the speaker saying, I will not take any more points of order. But then you go to 293. Litsie MP raises a point of order which is allowed. You go to 294, Mkhalipi MP raises a point of order which is allowed. At 296, Shibambu MP raises a point of order which is not allowed. Honorable Malema at 298 is given the podium. At 299, Gadebe MP raises a point of order which is allowed. It's the second time Gadebe MP is speaking, raising a point of order which is permitted. You then go to page 300. Zulu MP of the ANC raises a point of order which is allowed. You then go to page 303. There the speaker makes a ruling again. This is the third one. So despite two previous rulings, she has allowed a point of order. And then for the third time, she says, I will not allow any points of order now. I want us to proceed. So there's the third ruling. But what happens after she's made that ruling? At page 304, Shibambu MP raises a point of order, which is not allowed. Then Tambo MP raises a point of order, which is allowed. Munyai MP raises a pointer, which is allowed.
Sorry, Chair. May I just raise an objection?
Okay, initiator, you may proceed.
Thank you,
With your
Chair.
objection.
Thank you. I didn't want to unnecessarily interject because we obviously want to finish the evidence. But what is abundantly clear, what my learned friend is doing, this is his witness. He's leading the witness. He's pointing out certain transcriptions and drawing and stating conclusions to the witness. Evidence in chief is about asking questions and allowing the witness to give the answer, not the other way around. So I object to this line of questioning.
Advocate, or there is an objection. Can you assist us by doing what your learned friend is requesting you to do? Thank you.
Yes,
Ask
Chairperson.
questions, please.
Just by a way of introduction and the response to the objection, I accept the objection. It's properly made. That is precisely what I was doing. The difficulty we have then, Chairperson, is finishing today. Because then what I'm being called to do is to ask Honorable Geza to go to a particular page, ask him to read what is written there, and then he's going to read a paragraph for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to ask him what does it mean, then he's going to answer, and I'm going to do this 24 times at least. That's way beyond 2 hours. So then, Chair, I would then suggest that we adjourn, we restart this process tomorrow, and then I'll undertake that exercise, which will obviously go beyond 2 hours. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate, yourself and your learned friend, you came with a proposal to us, and we have agreed on that. And now your learned friend is objecting certain objections, which you as a legal guru, you understand each other. Rather than to align yourself with what she's objecting and proceed, because we have already agreed that we are proceeding. So I don't think that it is genuine. It will be genuine for us now to interrupt ourselves. Could you please stick to what your learned friend has said, cross-examine your witness through questions so that we can benefit as the committee, because our interest is to get the views of the witnesses. Thank you.
Chairperson, I empathize readily with your concern. The point is, it is physically impossible to do what you're asking me to do, Chair, with respect. The objection is, I reach a conclusion or I sum up what is in the Hansard. By so doing, and it's properly objected to, by so doing, I'm leading the witness. And I'm saying the agreement came as a result of me assuming that wouldn't be of concern. It clearly is of concern. And I'm saying, in as much as I would try and assist the committee by doing what you're suggesting, I'm saying it is physically impossible rather than a question of I'm unwilling to do it. Because if I want Mr. Geza to confirm what I've just summed up without telling him what is there, he's going to have to read it. And for him to then confirm, he would have had to read what is in the Hansard. And I'm saying there are 20 separate occasions where I would want him to read what is in the Hansard. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I just, I think, be of assistance to the committee?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My learned friend has now pointed out all the sections in the Hansard which he wants the witness to comment on. It has already happened. So I would then invite him and ask him then to ask the witness questions based on what he has pointed out, but not to suggest inferences and conclusions to the witness. So we can deal with this point immediately. We don't have to have the witness go through every single page. But going forward, I would just like to caution my learned friend to rather ask the witness to give the answer instead of suggesting the answer to him. But as far as this point is concerned, he's already drawn attention to the relevant parts of Hansard. So now the questions must follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Advocate, if we can be assisted along those lines, it will make life easy for all of us.
With respect, Chairperson, I've made reference to some instances. I was in the process of making reference to them when the objection came. I'm not done making references in the Hansard. I was on the 13th point of 75 points. So I'm nowhere near being done with this aspect of my leading of evidence, Chair. So it can't be then that now I have to ask questions having not made reference to the balance of the references I want to make reference to, Chair. Thank you.
Advocate, I thought the two of you will assist this process. And from the first witness, things were smooth. I believe if we can take that route, you may quote those incident, but at the end of the day, we are expecting you to ask questions so that we can hear the view of the witness, because that's what we are interested in as the committee. Proceed.
Let me understand the chairperson. Is the chairperson then suggesting I'm allowed to read the extract and then put the question? And I must read all these 75 instances I'm referring to. Is that what the chair? I'm just seeking guidance, Chair.
I believe the best way is to proceed quoting where you want to ask questions, and then you ask questions. You may allow your witness to jot down those questions, and then we come back and then he responds to those questions. I think it will assist us, because we can't deprive you to quote those incidents.
Well, then that's what it will be then, Chair. Mr. Keza, could you please go to page 304, 303 of the Hansard?
Going 2, going 3, okay, no comment. Thank you, teacher.
Hey, can you hear me, Mr. Keza?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Are you at page 303?
Yeah.
If you could then read for me what the speaker says, the second last thing she says on that page.
Just let me.
The department is done it. My only concern, maybe not a concern, just to see.
Someone's mic is on. I don't know who's that person who's disrupting us. IT, can you assist us? Someone's background is disturbing.
Just give me a second, advocate. Something is running away from me here. I don't know whether it's due to load shedding or, but in essence, I'm struggling to find that document again, which is quite frustrating. I'm really struggling to get the document. I'm there, but I'm struggling to find the document. Mhm. Advocate?
Yes, Mr. Kweza.
I must indicate to you that I've struggled to find the document, and if I can get help, because there's only two documents that I'm finding here. Please.
Mr. Kweza, I'm told that my attorney has sent you the bundle and the Parliament so emailed it to you. So if you can just open those documents, please.
Is it on my parliamentary or on my usual email? Because I'm not seeing it.
Oh, I'm told that it is your work email as well as your personal one.
Yeah, no, I'm yet to receive it. I'm still waiting. As you can
Do you
see,
have network issues where you are?
Yes, I have network issues here. But I don't know what. Yes. No, I find it, Chair. I found it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Whew. Thank you very much.
Oh, I wanted to send you through WhatsApp.
Oh my God. It's a draft again. Then program. And then again, it's a draft. This is amazing. Draft program. Draft. The document is not yet hearing document.
Perhaps if it would help, Mr. Kweza, if you could go to your attorney's email address, rather email that she dispatched to you at 11:52 today. Her name is Junaid Jupiter, if it's of any interest to you. Access that particular email, which was dispatched at 11:52. What you'll find, there are two documents. The one is the draft program that you're talking about. The second one, which is a PDF, is labeled 30 August 2022 hearing. I want you to open that document. That's the one we're dealing with.
Could we not perhaps proceed with Mr. Paulson in the meantime?
The difficulty is the one's defense is pegged on what happens to the first one.
Is it not possible that you can flag the document so that Honorable Kesa is able to read, and then I believe that can also assist us, because we don't know this issue of network is a problem. My suggestion is that IT assist us so that we flag the document. It's going to be quick. And then you will just quote the clause, and then they will flag it, and then you speak to it. our staff members, is that not possible?
Chair, sorry, I
Yes.
don't know if it's helpful.
Yes,
I,
Initiate.
in order to move things forward, I would not at this stage have an objection if my learned friend wishes to just go through the sections himself and then just ask the witness for his comment. I think that will
No.
speed things.
No problem. So let's try to flag the document so that everyone can see.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and I'm grateful to the initiator. It's certainly a very helpful proposition, and I will do that now. Mr. Kaza, while you look for the document, you'll just note the question I'm going to ask you at the end.
Okay.
I'd started by saying that you have been accused, well, the allegation is that you are different from the other MPs who raised a point of order and were not asked to leave despite the ruling of the speaker, because you, unlike the rest of them, raised a point of order after the speaker had made a ruling that there will be no further points of order. And the exercise we had begun is to show that that can't be true, because different members of parliament raised points of order after the speaker had made a ruling, and that's the exercise we're doing. So if you have regard to pages, and this is now the exercise I'm being asked to do, pages 278, 279, 280, 281, 283, 286, 288, and 290 are points of order that have been raised after the speaker made the first ruling. She makes the second ruling, and then there are points of orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll share this spreadsheet actually, if it might help, for exact location of where we make these claims. And then the third time the speaker again says, I will not allow points of order. And then at 304, 305, 309, 309 again, 311, and 312, points of orders are being raised despite the speaker having said no points of order. What's interesting at 312, though, is that for the first time you raise a point of order. About 20 times other people having raised points of order, despite the speaker saying no more points of order. You then raise your first point of order at 312. The speaker does not recognize you. And when I say you raise a point of order, I mean not once, repeatedly in that one instance, and you're not recognized. Then the speaker makes the fourth ruling that she will not take any more points of order. This is now at 314. Immediately after making that ruling, Ungubele MP of the ANC raises a point of order. Interestingly, the speaker accepts the point of order, despite just earlier not taking yours. And then after Gungubele MP has spoken, Malema MP raises a point of order, which again, interestingly, the speaker accepts. And then at 314, Lamula MP of the ANC raises, or rather he speaks without being recognized. He speaks without being recognized. This is at 317. At 318, 320, 321. 3 further points of order are raised. 2 of them are accepted by the speaker. At 328, the speaker makes a 5th ruling that she will not take any more points of order. And this is what is now interesting. At 330, Tambo MP of the EFF raises a point of order. Right after the speaker had said no more points of order, she doesn't allow it. Then another MP from the EFF, Shibambo MP, raises a point of order. She doesn't allow it. For the 3rd time, Khatebe MP of the NC raises a point of order. Immediately following the rejection of the other 2 from the EFF, the speaker allows that point of order. This is at 332. And this is what Khatebe MP says. Well, she directs the speaker as to what she ought to do. You will please ensure that these people who are violating the rules are evicted. A point of order she raises, which the speaker had allowed. And then for the sixth time at 335, the speaker again raises the point of order, or rather closes the points of order. At 337, Malema MP raises a point of order. The speaker allows it. I could go on and on and on. The point is made that it can't be. I will not make a submission. I was 5-2 making a submission. The point simply being made is there's this inconsistency. Now let's deal with your particular scenario. The exact same thing that happened leading to your eviction. And here I have to read. So if you can go to 344, and perhaps let me ask this of the initiator quickly, sorry.
I don't have the document.
In the meantime, officials, I have requested something. Can't it be possible for you to flag the presentation so that it's easier for us?
Sorry, Chair, if they can move the presentation towards my left.
Can you please do that so that honorable member can be able to read?
And go to 334. Yeah. Please remove the export on the left, edit PDF, create PDF, because they are closing the, yes. Thank you. 334, please.
So, Mr. Kaza, I will then read from 339, right at the top. There it says, this is the speaker. I am not allowing points of orders. And this was the sixth time as we've established that she had said this. And then at 339, she says, I'm not allowing points of orders. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then you say something after she said that. What did you say? If you can see the screen.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker?
In other words, you're raising a point of order at that point.
Yes.
Yes. So you did raise a point of order, is what I'm getting at.
Yes, I did.
And then the speaker speaks. What does she say in response?
The speaker says that because you are using points of orders to distract us from what we are trying to do, even to me, You can write to me and point that.
Now, had at any point the speaker allowed you to speak at that point?
No.
Then how would she have known that you are trying to distract the house?
I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's the issue of discretion that we have heard from Mr. Carso, that she uses all what did she call it? He called it a courtesy of some kind to then inform what it, because I didn't speak. I was not allowed to speak yet.
Yes. And the speaker would not have known what you're going to say.
Wouldn't have known at all, even if she was a fortune teller.
And then you go to the next line. What do you say?
Do not be
What
agitated, speaker, as the presiding officer.
And what does the speaker say?
I have no choice if your people are screaming.
No, just hold on. So who is your people?
I assume that he's insinuating that because I'm coming from the EFF as a member as an individual member, she means that your people, the EFF.
So, I mean, obviously, in the same way you're saying the speaker is not a fortune teller, neither are you. So you're speculating as to what it is that she would have been thinking. So it's a speculation rather than a fact.
No, it's not a fact, it's a speculation. I should think that he would mean that I'm coming from the EFF and I'm there and I'm wearing red. So he thinks that he would say that your people, which means us in the collective rather than me.
I see. So as you understand it, the speaker did not allow you to speak simply because you belong to the EFF.
Yes.
Let's go to the next line. And you're saying prior to this point. Sorry.
Initiator?
Just repeat. Sorry, Chair, can my learned friend just repeat that, please?
The question I was asking you, you were saying, Mr. Kleza, that the speaker said, I have no choice if your people are screaming. And you're saying you understand the speaker to be saying, you people of the EFF, is that so?
Yes, but you are leading the witness. You are.
I am summarizing the testimony. Mr. Kleza's version was, just hold on, Mr. Kleza, if I can clarify.
And the second leg.
If there is an objection, I request that you listen to the initiator. It will assist us and then you will respond after.
Please. But Chairperson, shouldn't the initiator speak through you? Because that will make this hearing easier and that would avoid dialogue. Shouldn't they speak through you? You are the chairperson, Mus.
Initiator.
Thank you, Chair. The objection that I raise is that I do not want my learned friend to lead the witness to the extent where he puts words in the mouth of the witness, where he suggests answers to the witness. And also, the second leg of my objection is, how can the witness fairly and appropriately draw a conclusion as to what the speaker meant when she said those words? No one can say that but her.
Thank you, Initiator. Advocate, I believe we'll proceed, but try to ask questions because the committee is also interested to hear the views of the witness.
Speaker,
Can we proceed?
I put no words in no one's mouth with respect, Speaker. It was the answer from Mr. Kleza himself. He himself gave the answer. And I'm saying I'm building up on what he himself has said. And all I'm doing with the question of who was the speaker talking about, I don't know whether Mr. Kleza knows or not. I therefore have to ask him the question. And after he speculated, I then said, well, then don't state it as a fact. State it as a speculation because you're speculating. That is all I'm simply doing. Mr. Gaza,
I'm here, advocate.
you then say, let's start this exercise again. Read for me what the speaker says right at the top. Let's start again. Let's go back to the top of 339.
The speaker says I'm not allowing points of orders.
And what do you say?
Can I call a point of order on you, speaker?
And then what does the speaker say?
Because you are using points of orders to distract us from what we are trying to do. Even to me, you can write to me and point that.
What does the speaker mean by that? Who is she referring to?
She's referring to the house. She wants to proceed with the business of the house.
Yes, and then what do you say in response?
I say, do not be agitated, speaker, as a presiding officer.
And then what does the speaker say?
I have no choice if your people are screaming.
Who are your people?
I assume that because perhaps he sees my wearing of the red overall and where I'm seated, he means that your people, being the EFF.
Yes. And then what do you say in response?
You cannot be agitated.
Now then let's go to page 344. Can you read what Mr. Shibambo says?
I don't know. Okay. Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
And what does the speaker say?
Mute your masks. I beg your pardon. Your microphones, please, to all of you. Honorable Mtenjana, no member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent or obstruct, and that is what you did, Honorable Mtenjana.
Then let's go to page 345. After the speaker says, Sergeant at Arms, please remove Honorable Mtenjana. Honorable Malema MP says, Speaker, do you see that?
Yes.
Then the speaker responds, Honorable Malema, I'm not entertaining any points of order now because points of order have been used to disrupt us. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Malema MP says, I want to appeal to you to calm down, please.
Yes, I see that.
And you see that exchange?
Yes.
And the speaker responds, thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I'm calming down. Honorable Mtenjane, I will not allow you. No. Sergeant at Arms, you are taking long to report back. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, this is where you then come into play. I will not be saying there, but ultimately, I've been wanting not to do this. We get into a point where you now become involved and a role player in this whole scenario.
Yes.
No, it just came from If you can just take us back to 339. 339 would have been where the conversation starts, which is the discussion we're having. And then you go to 340. I'll read what you said at 340. If you could just pay attention to it. You say, he must respond to the issues pertaining to the abuse and the abduction of women in Phala Phala farm. That is what is at stake. That is what is at the center of what he should be responding to, because in a country like this, we cannot, when women are being killed and then you are inaudible. And the president does that as the first citizen of the country, and you are saying to us, he must not be held accountable. Then the speaker responds, Honorable Ceza, who has recognized you? Honorable Ceza, will you please leave the house? Honorable Ceza, will you please leave the house? Do you recall that happening?
I recall that very vividly. Advocate.
And then what does Honorable Malema say?
He says that, Speaker, you did not warn him. You did not warn him like you did with Shibambu. Honorable Speaker, please warn him the same way you warned Honorable Shibambu. Please warn him. You did not warn him, Speaker.
Yes. And what did you understand? Give a comment to what Honorable Malema is saying there. If you have a comment to what he's saying.
Yes, my understanding of what Honorable Malema MP is saying there, that there has been a dispensation of speakers that have been speaking throughout since 41 minutes of the sitting, and up to thus far, I have not been allowed to speak. Many of these members of parliament have been allowed to speak even when they were not recognized, including Minister Lamola. And there's nothing that happened to him, even though he was then called to order and was asked to refrain from what he did. I'm saying that because at the beginning, I actually called for the attention of the speaker. Before that happened, before all those speakers were speaking, that dispensation of speakers that were allowed to speak. And throughout, I've been calling the attention of the speaker. And when I am doing, I am speaking, as indicated above, in the same manner that Honorable Lamola is speaking, I am not. I'm evicted from the house. I'm ejected from the house. And I think that is unfair applications of the rules, because you can't shortcut and have a plethora of chances that you are giving to members selectively, and then when it comes to me, and then you then apply a rule that says that you should go out of the house. And I think that. And I respectfully sat down at that point, because my understanding was that there was someone on the floor and trying to make a point about me having to be warned before I get an opportunity to be warned, before that decision, that determination is made by the speaker.
Let me pause you there. Let me pause you there, because I think you're going to where I want to take you now. You're saying there's someone who was on the floor trying to suggest to the speaker that you need to be warned first, as she has with other men.
You did not warn him, Speaker.
Okay. You're saying this happened when? When was on Malema MP making that statement?
He was making that statement at a point where the sergeant at arms had come to me and told me to get out of the house, and I had, at that point I stood up. I stood up before Honorable Malema MP actually commented, and me sitting down was to listen on the engagement that then pertained to my warning before I was evicted.
Just hold
So
on,
it,
just hold on, just hold on. I'm happy with that answer. And then Malema MP, as he's making that statement afterwards, what happens? So under the text of Malema MP at 341, I wanted to show where the speaker speaks, call the Parliamentary Protection Services Unit. If you can just take me there, please, 341. So what came before that are various appeals by Malema MP to warn yourself before you are evicted. And the speaker then says something there. That last sentence, read for me what the speaker is saying.
call the Parliamentary Protection Service Unit, PPS.
And after she says that, what happens?
Honorable J.S. Malema says to the speaker, at least warn him.
Are those things happening simultaneously, in other words, at the same time? I.e. the speaker saying call parliamentary services and Malema persisting that you be warned.
There was a persistent engagement between the two, the speaker and Honorable J.S. Malema, MP.
Yes. So then let me ask you this. When you are being told to leave the house, why did you not leave the house?
Advocate, I did not leave the house because there was an engagement that ensued between Malema MP and the speaker pertaining to myself being warned before I just like other members, so that I can be treated equally in the house. That at least I must be warned, just like Honorable Shibam. So that engagement was happening. It was not because there was resistance. It was because I had to listen to the engagement. What is the determination that's going to be taken by the speaker pertaining to my warning?
Thank you, Mr. Gbeza. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. I gave you ample time to proceed because there have been some disruption. But to the next one, I will stick to the timing, but I'm happy you are done. I will now invite the initiator to do cross-examination questions to Honorable Caesar. Over to you, initiator.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, hopefully I'll be quick. Mr. Keza, and respectfully, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Can we start with the very last issue that was raised by your advocate? Your answer was, I did not leave the house because there was engagement between the speaker and Mr. Malema. I had to listen and wait for a determination. So if we could just pause there. Where was the engagement? Let's look at page 340 and 341.
342, please. Presentation.
340 and 341, if we could call up those two pages, please. $340. Let's go a little bit down, please. If we could just stop there. Yes. So, Mr. Keza, where is this engagement between the speaker and Mr. Malema that you talk about?
If I can just come in there, Chair, my apologies. The difficulty with the question is more of a practical concern rather than the argument itself. Mr. Gaza unfortunately does not have the benefit of this document in front of him. So if he's directed to a page that does not reflect the question that's being tested, then he can't tell you where it appears because he can't page there and show the initiator where it appears. That's the practical difficulty I have.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. He can see this page, can he not?
That he can.
Yes,
And
I'm
that-
only going to focus on 340 and 341.
The point I simply make, Chairperson, is that there is engagement outside of 340 and 341 between Mr. Malema as well as the speaker. It could well be that
Sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yeah, you may speak.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. It's not appropriate for my learned friend to interrupt because his witness is now under cross-examination. And the answers that he is giving when he is engaging with me is suggestive of the answers that may be elicited during cross-examination. It's highly inappropriate for my learned friend to be doing that. I must be permitted to cross-examine the witness now.
Advocate, can we allow the initiator to cross-examine the witness so that members of the portfolio committee can also benefit? And you advise me that you are the chairperson while the initiator is speaking without your authority, but that's what you are doing. So I will request that we respect the decorum of the house by respecting the chairperson. I'm also respecting you. I'm being patient. I'm giving you ample time so that at the end of the day, I don't want to be seen as if I was biased. So if you may proceed along those lines, advocate, it will assist. I'm not saying that do not object, but let us do it in a professional way as you have advised me. Over to you, Initiate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Keza, let's look at page 340. Where is this engagement between Mr. Malema and the speaker that you speak of in your evidence in chief? Where on page 340?
Right below there, where Malema MP calls the speaker, you did not warn him. You did not warn him. In that page, underneath the speaker, then is Honorable J. Malem.
I see that, Mr. Keza, but you used the word engagement. That is a very distinct meaning, engagement. What I see here is that Mr. Malema raised an objection to the speaker. You did not warn him, speaker, like you did with Shavambu. Then the speaker says, Honorable Keza, because she is speaking to you, she has asked you to leave the house. She is not engaging Mr. Malema at this stage. That is what I see here. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do have a comment on that. The first comment that I want to tell you, you are at a very advantageous place, initiator yourself. You speak English like it's second nature, right? If I said engagement, I can say that in Xhosa now. Bebethetha. Phakathi kwabo bebethetha. If I say that in Xhosa, it would be something else. So the intolerance that is shown in terms of what I said, in terms of the right word, you would have to refer that to my legal team there, right? Because I'm not a lawyer myself.
So
you'd have
Mr.
to have those things
Keza,
of the right wording to the lawyers there. If you want to flex muscles.
Mr. Keza, so my junior that is assisting me is Kosa speaking. So she's listened to you very carefully now. And she has told me that the word that you have used in Kosa means they are speaking together.
Chairperson, I'm going to
So,
ask.
no, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Treza is under cross-examination. I must be allowed to continue my cross-examination. My learned friend will have an opportunity in re-examination to question his witness.
But he's speaking to the
She's correct.
chairperson.
She's correct.
He's speaking to the chairperson.
She's
Just allow the
correct,
chairperson to chair.
The chairperson, if I may.
Initiative.
Chairperson.
This one.
Through you, Chair. I'm prepared.
Advocate, what are you saying?
I'm more than prepared to sit here and take your rulings in the spirit of continuing, and I've been doing so all along. The innumerable instances where I was spoken over by the initiator, you did not rule against that, and I permitted it. I was raising a point with you previously. There was an interjection by the initiator. You did not stop it. And she makes her own rulings in your presence about what needs to happen, as she's trying to do right now without your intervention. I am raising an objection. I'm being told I cannot raise an objection, not through your ruling, through her decision. And this has been persistent, and I'm happy to sit right through it if you allow it. All I'm simply saying, Chair, there is no provision that says you cannot raise an objection to cross-examination. She has done so herself today. And you did not suggest that she's not allowed to do it. Now she's inviting you to make a ruling about conduct, which is no different from her conduct when my client was on the stand earlier on, as well as Mr. Klauso yesterday. Chair, there's no reason why I cannot raise an objection to a line of questioning. There's no such a principle that I can't raise it. What we're having now, Chairperson, is, if you will, a witness who's her own junior giving you an interpretation of what is happening, and that is presented as evidence in this committee. The subjective interpretation of Uteta from her junior must decide the day of what the word means. No engagement whatsoever on our part as to how we understand the word. And on the basis of that, we must proceed. I'm going to invite you to make a ruling, Chair, and I can let you know now, this is not the last time I'm going to raise an objection if I see it fit. And if you make a ruling that I shouldn't, I'll be happy to comply. But certainly, I will raise the objections as and when I deem fit. And I'm asking you for your ruling on this issue of the interpretation of the word.
Advocate, I think on that one, on the issue of the interpretation of the word, we may hang it, and then because you have got an opportunity again to cross-examine your witness, is there where you will outline your issues, and at any stage where I will object that you make some objections as well as they are in line with the law, but the two of you must assist the committee by following the correct procedure. What she is doing, your objections should be based on the behavior. Like now you are sticking to the issue of the interpretation of the word, which I may not make a ruling on it, but to cross-examine the witness, she must be allowed to do so. Unless she's not putting questions, you've got that right as the defender too can object. So I think along those ways, we may proceed with the cross-examination. Initiator, over to you.
If I may respond to that, Chair, thank you for your ruling. I respect it, and I just place it on the record that I object to it in principle. Thank you, Chair.
No problem, Advocate. Thank you. Initiator, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair. May I, through you, and I don't know if this would also be helpful to or assuage my learned friend of the issue, could I perhaps ask the chairperson to then ask the witness what he meant, and then to convey that in English to the hearing. May I ask the chair to do that, please?
Honorable Kaiser, can you try to explain it in English? Since here we've got a difficulty of the language, and of which I'm also not disputing what you are saying. That is right, just to clear that misunderstanding. Thank you.
No,
For
thank
the
you very much.
benefit of the members of the committee. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We must not be started on those things and opening wounds of apartheid and all other segregationist things that were done to us. But I mean that there was an engagement between the speaker herself and Honorable Julius Malema. In terms of the warning, it's on record there, Chair. I'm looking at it. He says that you did not warn him. You did not warn him like you did with Shibamb. Speaker warned him like you, the same way you warned Shibamb. I don't know. I'm reading this, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. Initiator, I believe it has been clarified in another language. If you are fine, let's proceed with our cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kaiser, so I think we are done with page 341. Just to put it to you that there was no engagement between Mr. Malema and the speaker on the issue of the warning. The speaker had ruled that you must leave. She did not even recognize Mr. Malema, and she persisted with her ruling that you must leave. So there was no engagement that you had to remain in the house for. I say the same about page 342. Again, when I look at page 342, if we can just call it up for the witness, please. Is this 342? Thank you. At no stage here on page 342 or 343 did the speaker even acknowledge or recognize Mr. Malema. She didn't speak with him. She didn't give him a hearing. She didn't recognize him. She persisted that you must leave. So when you say that you respectfully sat down at this stage because there was someone on the floor to say that you must first be warned, and that you did not leave the house because there was this engagement between the speaker and Mr. Malema, where you first had to listen and where you had to wait for a determination. Mr. Kaiser, with respect to you, that's clearly wrong.
It's a matter of opinion.
That is simply incorrect.
As a matter of perception, depending on what narrative are you chasing here. You know, Chair, at that point, I'm referring to the point at which the commander-in-chief spoke to the speaker pertaining to my eviction, or sorry, wrong word again, pertaining to myself being kicked out from Parliament. So I'm referring to that moment in terms of what you have asked me.
Okay. So, Mr. Kaiser, you mentioned the words commander-in-chief. I assume that you are talking about Mr. Malema.
You know he is.
You
Hey.
know he is a commander-in-chief, most. Why? Okay, no, it's fine. Let's hear what you want to say next.
Okay. So,
Again, must not be brought to these things again.
my apologies, I didn't hear that. Mr. Treza, I didn't hear that.
I'm saying that you know that the commander-in-chief in the economic freedom fighters is President Julius Silo Malem. That's what I'm saying.
I hear what you say, Mr. Treza. I respect what you say, but that is your interpretation. I just wanted to be
Also your
clear about it. I just wanted to be clear about it, because when one speaks of commander-in-chief, other people may say that that is the president. But be that as it may, let's move on. Number 340.
I don't know why you are doing that thing. Sorry, Chair. What is the relevance of that particular comment?
I will tell you now what the relevance is, the point that I seek to make. Will you allow me? Mr. Treza, can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I'm assuming that he's online.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Oh, did he? I didn't hear that. My apologies. So it seems to me that you rather listened to Mr. Malema first than listening to the speaker and respecting the authority of the speaker. So you rather respect the authority of your commander-in-chief in the National Assembly. Isn't that what this is all about?
No, it's not about that. Remember that I said that I had called for the speaker's attention at the beginning at 41 minutes. All that time, there was a dispensation of speakers that were allowed. The ones that spoke and the ones that were recognized and the ones that were not recognized. It's on record. So that's what I've been saying here, that the actual thing now, it emanates from that. I don't know what it is.
Yes. So if one goes,
I'm not chair. I'm not in parliament because it was the speaker who had an authority to call out members of parliament. So as much as I respect and salute the commander-in-chief in terms of the body politic of South Africa, changing the body politic of South Africa, I really displayed that I refrained in the House in the first instance when I called the attention of the speaker, which is respectful enough.
Mr. Keza, ultimately, you disrespected the authority of the speaker and you defied her authority when one looks at page 340, because she did not recognize you. You spoke on your own and raised the issue of the Pala form. The speaker then responds, Honorable Treza, who has recognized you? Honorable Treza, will you please leave the House? So, without being recognized, you raise a point that she has already determined, or at least the order of questions previously. So, you're disrespecting her. You defied her.
A point of order, Chairperson.
Advocate.
It's in Ndlozi, Chair.
I'm not allowing point of orders here. We have got the team has got their legal defender. So I'm not allowing that with due respect, Honorable Ndlozi.
Okay, Chairperson, could you then allow the assist us, because the current process
I'm
of
ruling out
examination
that
is completely is leading the witness.
I'm not allowing you. We have
Okay.
they've got their legal
We'll speak
rep
later.
here.
All right. All right.
Yeah, they've got their legal rep here who are here to champion everything, Honorable Ndlozi. If you want me to take that route, you will also be misleading the chairperson. So with due respect, I'm not allowing you to do that. Thank you.
Aye, that's fine, Chair.
Initiator, you may proceed with your cross-examining.
Thank you, Chair. And then just to finish off, Mr. Keza, when one goes to your charge sheet or the notice at page 248 of the bundle.
148.
Yes, charge one, so my apologies, charge one, which starts at the bottom of 247, alleges that you contravened section 7A and B of the Act, read together with National Assembly Rule 69A, C, and F. So, if you could just permit me. (69A) speaks of gross disorderly conduct, where a member deliberately creates serious disorder or disruption. C, repeatedly undermine the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refuse to obey rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespects or interrupts the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. And then F, acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. So I must, just to conclude that point, I just have one more point to make, that it is clear from the video evidence and from the Hansard transcript that you contravened those rules, in that you blatantly disrespected and defied the authority of the Speaker. Do you have a comment on that?
No thinking person or sane person can negligently ignore the authority of the Speaker. At that point that you are referring to, I am listening to Malema MP engaging the Speaker on whether I should be warned in the same way that other honorable members were warned. And I'm doing so because in respect of the fact that I am looking for a determination on whether I will be warned, given the fact that a lot of people, that dispensation of people that are allowed to speak, even when they were not allowed to speak, are allowed and are not kicked out of the House. So I can't be acting negligently, deliberately, surely, because you can see there in the videos that at one point I stood up immediately after the Speaker said so, but because there was then an issue of warning, then I sat down.
Yes. So then that is now charge one. I've put it to you and I've told you why I think that you are guilty of that charge. You've commented on that. So then there's a second charge, and the second charge is that you did not raise a point of order in terms of Rule 92(1), but persisted to speak while the Speaker addressed the House and disrupted proceedings. This is what I want to focus on now for your comment. When ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70 for disregarding the authority of the chair, you refused to leave, having been ordered to do so by the presiding officer, and the presiding officer was compelled to instruct the sergeant at arms to remove you. You also then refused the sergeant at arms, which then compelled the speaker, and Mr. Kaiser, this is all on the video and in the handset, you were duly removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services. Now, the issue of Pala Pala, you raised that without being recognized. It's on page 340 or 341 on top. Now, the issue of Pala Pala was raised and dealt with previously and earlier on in the proceedings. Ms. Matulelwa raised the issue of Pala Pala for the first time, and the speaker addressed her on it. Actually, she addressed the House on it. Then Mr. Shivambu raises it again without even being recognized. The speaker again reprimands him and says that they are busy with the first question in the order paper, which was migration. Mr. Shivambu doesn't listen and he raises it again on page 338. I'm giving, just for purposes of the committee and your council, I'm giving the page numbers. Then, Mr. Kaiser, you raise it again for the fourth time, not you for the fourth time, but members of the EFF raise it again for the fourth time. And you do so without being recognized. And when the speaker has already said that that is not the order of the questions, that everybody will get an opportunity to deal with Pala Pala. Despite all of that, and unrecognized, you defied the speaker, you disrespected her authority, raised it again, which then compelled her to ask you to leave the House, which in my view, she correctly did. So in relation to charge 2, when ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70, it was for disregarding the authority of the chair. That is why she asked you to leave. What do you say to that?
If I can come in, Chair, before Mr. Kaiser responds, and I'm going to ask for your ruling yet again, Chairperson.
Yes, advocate.
I did the exact exercise that the initiator has just undertaken now, to which she objected. I would read to myself and then put it as fact to the witness. She is making references to factual claims that have occurred, and without inviting the witness to confirm whether he knows of the fact or not, she poses a question to him that puts him in a position where he's to answer for something he does not know. If there's a claim of what happened, then we must be satisfied, all of us, that it in fact happened. That's exactly what I was being objected against earlier on. And it can't be we move on the basis of none of us knows whether this is true or not, and the witness is asked to answer to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. What is interesting, the two of you, you are making life difficult for the chairperson, and I'm happy that you are referring to your good self. That is what you were doing. So can we agree, my legal gurus, both of you, that we proceed with this proceeding along with the rules and the laws of the House? Initiator, please ask questions as the advocate is referring to, so that the witness will be able to answer the question before him. I think that will also assist us. Thank you.
Let me try and, thank you, Chair. Let me try and condense it and simplify it. Chair, and you will obviously recall, and I'm also addressing the committee, that Mr. Castle also testified to the issue of Pala Pala, how it was raised in the House, and how the Speaker dealt with it. So this is not a new issue that I'm cross-examining. But in order to facilitate the issue, let me try and condense it. Mr. Teza, you raised the issue of Pala Pala. You did so while the speaker did not recognize you. Is that correct?
I raised that issue as part of a series of speakers wherein I was not recognized in the first place to speak, meaning that I could have raised that issue earlier on if I was recognized to speak. The least the speaker should have done is to ask the president not to take a decision to dismiss me. That's my answer to that.
Okay, I will leave it at that because your answer doesn't make sense. Even the speaker on page 340,
Doesn't make sense either.
342 tells you that she did not recognize you. It was on that basis that charge 2 is formulated in the manner that it has been. You disregarded her authority. You refused to leave when she ordered you to do so. And that was a contravention of another rule. When you refused the sergeant at arms, that was a contravention of a further rule, which compelled the speaker then to call the Parliamentary Protection Services to have you removed. So I'm putting it to you that your defiance and your disrespect of the speaker and the House did not stop at the issue of Pala Pala. And that will be my last question to the witness.
You want me to answer?
Yes.
You want me to give you a response?
Pleasure. It's your right to respond.
Yes. I just want to say to you that there is no defiance that I intentionally or deliberately made. I've said that to you. You know, no sane person can do that unless you are now putting words in my mouth that are different from what I was saying. I was saying that to you. I respected the Speaker of the House. Earlier on, I sat down, and I even sat down at a point where there was engagement in terms of whether I should be warned or not. So I don't know if that constitutes Chairperson a disrespect or defiance. What kind of defiance is that? But I'll leave it to her opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was my cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Sir and Initiator. I will now invite honorable members to ask clarity-seeking question to Honorable Stress. Over to you, honorable members.
Mr. Mlenzana, Mr. Taba, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, their hands are up, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lenzana. You may start.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Good evening, Honorable Kaiser.
Excuse me, Chair. My apologies, honorable member. I didn't hear my name being counted.
Come again.
I apologize, Chairperson. I didn't hear you count my name in the line of speakers. Please include me. My apologies.
All right, Honorable Ndlozi. I will count you. Proceed, Honorable Ndlozi.
Thanks. I was still passing greetings to
Honorable Teza, it trust that you are fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can proceed. Honorable Member.
No, thanks. Perhaps, Chairperson, before getting into this one, just for records, the advocate didn't capture the word which I used before. Instead of saying veered, he said reared. It's veered, meaning ngesixhosa ukujika, turning around. But then that was just for noting. It's only two questions, Honorable Teza. Is there a particular rule which demands that a member should be warned when disrupting proceedings of the House? I will, as I did before, put even the second one in one bag. The second one is, what is your understanding of defiance and contempt in the context of this hearing? I'm asking this so that we could be clarified going forward as to whether there was defiance, there was contempt, and so on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenza. Honorable Lakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Teza. Is the Honorable Member on the platform?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Teza, in your own understanding of the National Assembly rules, why didn't you take the recourse that is available for members if they are not satisfied with the rulings of the Speaker? That's one. Two, which rule in the National Assembly rules that says members can ignore the sequence of the questions of the day and jump to the question that they prefer to ask? Because in my own understanding of the rules, questions are in sequence, and we start from question 1 up to the last question. What made you jump to question 5 instead of following the sequence that is always being followed? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lakude. Who's next? Is it Honorable Kaba?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think my two questions, Honorable President. My two questions, Chair, is like Honorable Kaza, as a sworn member of Parliament, do we have in a house, maybe, what speaker do we have in house? Do we have one speaker in a house, or perhaps there could be other speaker which may be listened to? I'm asking this on a basis of when the house is in session and once the speaker has given an order, could we really have invite to any other speaker on a basis of engagement? That's the first question, Chair. My second question will be to say, as members of Parliament in the House, are we allowed to have representatives talking on behalf of us on any other matter with the speaker before I could exercise an instruction order given. I just want to get those two clarity seeking questions from Honorable Gaza. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My first question is, you spoke about engagement earlier on. Is listening not part of participating in a conversation or engagement? And didn't the speaker listen to what Mr. Mawalama was saying at the time you were thinking of sitting down? And did the speaker, in your opinion, not respond to Mr. Malema because earlier she had said she's not going to entertain point of orders from members of the EFF or something to that effect? Finally, does Parliament not recognize party leaders or whips of opposition parties as part of the Parliament structure? Does it not respect constitutions of political parties or their admissions as official political parties as the IEC does? To which you have, as an ordinary member, have to recognize the directive, the guidance of your whips or your party leader. Isn't that part of the organizational structure and culture of Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlozi. Do we have other hands? Please. Do we still
Yes,
have other
we
hands?
have Dr. Klape. Dr. Klape's hand is up.
Okay, Honorable Dr. Klape, the stage is yours.
No, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Honorable Keza, 2 or 3 questions for you. Earlier on, it was indicated that you were treated differently in terms of raising point of orders. I just want to get it from you. If the speaker has got the authority to determine when to take or not to take point of orders. And I'm based this on the many cases that the advocate has indicated that she would say, I have closed for point of orders, and then she will go back and take one from Honorable Malema or Honorable Shibam. Does she have the authority to determine when or not to take a point of order? You speculate that she could mean the EFF members when she spoke or when she said your people. Were the EFF members disruptive at that point? Because if she's saying your people are distracting me, were they destructive at that point for you to speculate that she could be referring to the EFF as your people at that point? My last point is that, I just want to also find out from you if it's procedural to have to speak after the speaker is saying she does not take point of orders. Because on that mini dialogue that you had with the speaker, even calling a point of order on her, she has said initially, I'm not going to take point of order. Is that procedural? That she says that and you insist on taking, and she goes on even to have a dialogue with you until she says, but your people are distracting me. My last point, Chair, you are comparing yourself with Honorable Lamola at some stage that he also stood up and raised. Did he speak unrecognized? Or did he have a dialogue with the speaker? Or did he, as and when he was reprimanded, manage to sit down and remain calm? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Klape. Do you still have any other hands?
There are no more hands, Chair, now.
Thank you. I will now invite Honorable Keze to respond to those questions. Over to you, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the last speaker so that I can go up like that. Sometimes we do that there in the Eastern Cape to start things from the tail. I want to respond to this issue of speculation. My people, as said, your people by the speaker. I was the only one that the speaker was referring to there in Parliament. And my people in Parliament are the EFF. So that question does not arise. That which people were they disruptive at that point or not doesn't arise, because it goes without saying my people are the EFF. I'm there because of the EFF, and the people who voted for the EFF in large numbers and were still going to vote for it in 2024 to usher in economic freedom in our lifetime. And the authority of the speaker is unquestioned, Dr. Tlhape. I'm going to repeat myself all the time, because I'd said that there are many instances where I demonstrated the restraint in terms of what the speaker said, or even when she ignored me earlier on. So I'm not going to repeat myself on that. I think that is on record. In terms of the recourse, Dr. Dlakude, look, the recourse depends on the rules. The legal team will explain those rules, because look, I'm here on the facts pertaining to the evidence brought in front of this committee, and I'm not a qualified lawyer myself. Yes, I'm an activist, but certainly not a lawyer. And then, Dr. Ndlozi, you are correct. There is, as an ordinary member of parliament or a junior member of parliament, we adhere to the principles of our caucuses of parliament and our whips in terms of communicating whatever it is that we must do. And in that process, whips, I think there's a whippery that sits in parliament where they sit and deliberate on the program of parliament too. So in that process, I'm sure parliament recognizes the people that it meets, and as such, organization structures of parliament. And listening is part of what pertains to what occurred at that point when Malema MP called out the MP, the speaker, I'm sorry, Chair, to warn me. And we don't have other speakers. There's one speaker, and then there's deputy speaker, and then there's chairpersons of the, that's my understanding of the structure of parliament in terms of what you are asking. Mr. Mlenzana, you spoke about the particular rule pertaining to warning. Again, I will refer you to my representatives, honorable member. You can go to Google now. Google will tell you that defiance is open resistance, bold disobedience. And I did none of those things. I actually ventilated what I would have ventilated earlier on if I was considered. And I think that not being considered is part of it being that the speaker could not on the day recognize me. Those are my answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, do you have any follow-up questions? No hands. Thank you. I will now invite Advocate Asiboto to re-examine his witness. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have 4 or 5 references I just want to draw Mr. Beza's attention to. I'll just place it on record. I'll read what appears there, and I'll take comfort that the initiator will do so as well. So if I misrepresent, he can stop me at any point. The question that was, the proposition that was put to you, Mr. Beza, is that you spoke without being recognized, and that is the difference between you and everyone else. If you have regard to page 280 of the Hansard, you will
280.
find there. No, you don't have to go there, because then you're going to have problems with how we flight the Hansard. You can just listen to what I'm saying and you give me a comment. And I'm saying the background to this question is that the reason you are different from other MPs, which is why you were asked to leave and not the other ones, is that you were not given an opportunity to speak. Now I'm drawing your attention to page 280. And what you see at the top of page 280 is Malema MP speaking. He says, but this is nonsense that we speak. You tell us, you throw us out. What do you mean by that? It is nonsensical. This is nonsense. It is nonsensical, full stop. And this is what happens afterwards, which is the relevant part. Gela MP, who I understand is an ANC member, then speaks. They are all nonsense, Malema. They are also nonsense. Don't abuse our speaker like that, Malema. And then only after that does the speaker speak. Now, in light of the fact that the allegation is that only you spoke without being recognized, and in light of what I've just read to you, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. It's being treated unfairly to drive a particular narrative. And it also says that it is selective in how it listens to the Hansard of honorable members who clearly showed that they were not recognized but spoke. But because you...
Thank you. I accept your answer. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm being rude. I know I am. I'm just limited for time. I'm happy with the answer you've given me, and it's one I was looking for. If you can then go to 286. There you see the speaker speaking. Thank you, Honorable Malema. And she goes on and on and on. And then Malema MP then says, and the report of the abuse of our females is a question. You then see the speaker attempting to speak. Now the speaker wants to address Mr. Malema. She says the issue is, as she's speaking, there's an interruption there. I'm told that it is the Deputy Chief Whip of the majority party, which is obviously the ANC. In fact, that's what the Hansard itself says. As the speaker is about to address Mr. Malema, she interrupts the speaker and she says, I have a right to speak as a member of this parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. According to our rules, today's business is about questions to the President because the House and so on she goes. The point again there is, well, I don't want to tell you what the point is. In light of the discussion that we're having, what we see there, well, what I've read to you, do you have a comment?
Again, Advocate, it displays a a particular narrative that says that certain people have a right to speak in Parliament, and as and when they want to do so. Rule 92 says that members of Parliament can raise a point of order at any time, in any part of the sitting. That's all. That's all from me.
Thank you. Let's then go to page 299. Yes, I'm building up to it. What you see at 299 is Khatebe MP. He speaks, and then he's got issues that he wants to address with the speaker, points of order specifically. And the speaker says absolutely nothing. You see what follows after Mr. Khatebe has spoken. The Minister of Social Development, and I understand that to be Honorable Zulu, who's also an ANC member. She says, without anything coming in between the last point of order by Khatebe MP, addressing the speaker and expecting the speaker to make a ruling, Honorable Zulu comes in and then she says, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order, I rise according in terms of Rule 64. And then she actually raises her point of order. She is allowed to speak. 301, please. Yes. Yes. So without being, well, we don't see the speaker engaging or speaking before Honorable Zulu after Honorable Dlamini has spoken. She says, I rise in accordance with Rule 64. Isicelo nje somlomo ukuthi, and then there are translations given. Isicelo nje ukuthi sifuna abantu ukubezwa kodwa uma bafuna ukuthi sibezwe kodwa singabalaleli, and then there's a translation and on she goes. No interruption, and there is no engagement with the speaker before she speaks. Do you have a comment?
My only comment in one word is the unfairness of the application of the rules.
Let's go to 317. You see the minister, well, there's Malema MP who speaks first at 317. And then you find, again, without anything coming in between, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Development, I understand that to be Mr. Lamula MP. And he says, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Malema is misleading the House that he has never been to a street bash. Firstly, does this comment relate to the 6 golden questions that we're told that the engagement was about, that the sitting was about?
It does not. It talks about street bashes, totally outside what the questions were set out for.
So this comment has nothing to do what the sitting was for or was about?
Yes.
The second thing I want to ask you is, in line with what we've been speaking about, the unfairness you're talking about, we see Malema MP speaks, and then immediately after he's spoken, Minister Lamula then raises his point. Do you have a comment on that?
Again, you find that Honorable Lamola is allowed to speak while not recognized.
Last question I want to ask you. The questions that were put to you and the proposition that was put to you, you were called defiant, disrespectful, having no regard for the authority of the speaker. You spoke without being recognized, And that is how you're different from the other MPs, which is why then it was justified that you're kicked out of the House. In light of these references I've given you in respect of Gela MP, Hlagute MP, Honorable Zulu MP, and Malamula MP, in light of what I'm saying you've been accused of, and in light of the reference that I've given you, do you have a comment?
I do have a comment. They could have those aspersions that were casted against me, that I'm defiant, I'm all that, could have easily been given to the members that were given a chance to speak when they were not recognized by the speaker, because during the whole process, I had displayed restraint. I refrained from time to time up until that moment when the speaker asked actually who is calling the speaker, and then I spoke on Palapala, and I was kicked out of the House, and my understanding is that we can't treat members of Parliament from a point of view of where they are coming from, be it ideologically, be it from the party they are coming from, or whatever they are. They must be treated equally. If I had called the attention of the speaker earlier on, I would have said that which I said at the latter part.
Thank you so much, Honorable Glazer. I have no further questions for this for the MP chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate, and thank you, Honorable Glazer. We are proceeding, Honorable members. According to our agreement, is that we are proceeding. We are proceeding with the last speaker. I will now invite Advocate Kasibo to call his witness.
Chairperson, we've been having a quick conversation between myself and the initiator. Can I please ask for well, we've agreed that we could please have a 5-minute adjournment, just a comfort break, and we're asking that we'll be back at 6.
What time now? Honorable members, as requested by our legal gurus, can we break for 5 minutes? We'll be back. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Very. Those who are sleeping on Zoom.
Chairperson, we've reconvened. If you're happy for us to
Recording
resume.
in progress.
Thank you, Advocate. As indicated earlier on, I'll request you that you call the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. I call my third client, the third charge person in these proceedings, Paulson MP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Paulson, in terms of Rule 168, this rule requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawful put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry. Notwithstanding that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Do you have any objection to taking an oath or making an affirmation, Honorable Paulson?
Not at all, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member. Now you will say something after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth. Can you say that after me, Honorable Paulson?
I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth and only the truth, so help me Allah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Advocate, can you cross-examine your witness, please?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Paulson. I'm going to ask that you will switch on the mic. You should know this answer than I do when you give an answer.
Yeah. My apologies. Yes, sure.
You've been sitting since yesterday morning in relation to the subject matter. You know what it is about.
Yes.
The charge that has been brought against you relates to facts that occurred leading up to you being evicted. And in essence, the charge against you is that you prohibited the security personnel of Parliament from evicting a member of Parliament, Mr. Geza, who obviously just came before you. What you can, and I take it is common cause, what is viewable from the footage of the day is that you get in between the protection services personnel and Mr. Geza. Just advise this committee as to what happened.
Well, there was an engagement between the Commander-in-Chief and the Speaker concerning Honorable Geza, and I just felt that while that engagement is underway, that we should wait for it to finish first before the bouncers are allowed to ascend on us. or descend on us.
Yes. And you would have observed, I imagine, the engagement, I dare say, between the initiator and the MP about what engagement is, and you're using that term as well. Perhaps if you can then explain to this committee what you mean by there was engagement between Malema MP and the Speaker.
It's a matter of semantics, but what the Commander-in-Chief was doing was appealing to the Speaker for consistency, that other members of Parliament were warned that should this happen, she will ask them to leave, or she will evict them or have them evicted from the House. And the President then appealed to the Speaker to afford Kanyakeza the same treatment, warning before asking him to leave the House. And that was underway, and I just didn't think it was right for the bouncers to come in, or the Parliamentary Protection Services to descend on us at that stage, or descend on Kanyakeza, and but it was never my intention to obstruct.
What is there anything you said to what you referred to as bouncers? I'd rather not fall in the same trap and say the same, the protection services of Parliament.
Yeah. Well, their behavior has been that of bouncers. They're not there to listen to reason. They are there to follow instructions of the Speaker, and I don't think they even knew who they are going to remove. They just came for me, and I wasn't there to prevent them from taking anyone, but merely to tell them, look, there's a matter underway here. Wait a minute, stop being in such a hurry.
So is that what you said to them?
Yes, exactly.
And last thing I want to ask you, when I observed the video, not only were you talking, I observed you stretching out your hand. Did you stretch out your hand?
Well, was just to ask them to stop. When you ask someone to stop, that's how you ask them to stop. It's in the advancing. What do you do?
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Thank you, Chair. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Paulson.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate. Initiator, it's now your time to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Chair, and I undertake to be as succinct as my colleague. Good day, Mr. Paulson.
Good day to you, Advocate.
Mr. Paulson, is really just two propositions that I want to put to you in relation to your charge sheet. We've seen the video footage. I'm sure you're very familiar with the video footage. The committee is familiar with the video footage, so it is there. We can all watch and see what happened on the day. Charge 2 is, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, is really the main charge against you. And charge 2 is that you, in that as a member of Parliament and during the sitting, on questions you hindered or obstructed a staff member in the execution of the staff member's duties by physically intervening in the removal of Honourable Treza. So it really is about the fact that you physically intervened and prevented them from the PPS now, or as you call it, the bouncers, from fulfilling their role. And I put it to you that that is exactly what happened. I'm not going to say anything more about it because it is on the video clip where you physically intervene.
Well, I intervened in the sense that intervening and obstructing are not quite the same thing. I intervened and said, look, there's something underway here. Allow it to run its course and you can come and do your work. But to them, they were there because the Commander-in-Chief was appealing to the Speaker to afford Kanyakeza the same treatment as she did the other MPs by warning them before asking them to leave. So that, I mean, there has to be consistency.
Mm.
That's the important thing about rules. It's not just knowing it, but also applying it consistently. And this was not happening on the day in question. And I think the Commander-in-Chief's appeal for the Speaker to give, to also warn the Honorable Kaiser was actually an appeal for consistency as well.
So you've heard what I've said in cross-examination to your colleague, Mr. Keze.
What did you say?
And I will repeat it, and I will also put it to you.
Okay.
That there was no engagement in any manner or form between Mr. Malema and the Speaker regarding the issue of a warning,
okay,
or fairness or consistency.
Okay.
The record, if you could just permit me, just so that I can put it to you fully, and then you have the right to comment. The video footage, nor the Hansard record bears that out, what you say.
Well, it's how you interpret engagement. There was an attempt where the Commander-in-Chief appealed to the Speaker, and it's there on the Hansard.
Yes.
You know,
so I understand that is your interpretation.
So if you see it, but it's your interpretation that doesn't count for anything. The fact that the Commander-in-Chief is in the Hansard and is asking Speaker to warn Tanya Kaiser in the same way she's warned other members before asking them to leave.
So at that point, the Speaker had ruled that Honorable Kaiser must leave the House.
Correct.
She did not recognize Mr. Malema on the issue now of the warning.
Yeah.
She did not speak to him about the issue of the warning. She persisted and repeated her ruling that Honorable Kaiser must please leave the House. So on what basis then did you defy and disrespect the authority of the Speaker in the face of a repeated ruling?
Rule 79(2) says you can raise a point of order at any time. The fact that the Speaker said no points of order, that is against the rules. The rules say.
Sorry, Mr. Paulson, that's a different issue. I'm
No,
asking you.
No, and there was an attempt to raise a point of order, but the Speaker wasn't willing to listen to anyone. And that is why that appeal came through Mr. Malema. Speaker, why not warn Tanya Kaiser in the same way you've warned other members?
So, Mr. Paulson, that is not the issue here. It's not the issue about the point of order. The issue is that the Speaker had made a ruling. She repeated that ruling, and you defied that ruling. You disrespected her.
There were repeated appeals for her to first warn him. Now, those appeals could have been exhausted first.
So,
it would have brought calm to the House, and we could have continued as normal.
So you would rather prefer to listen to your Commander-in-Chief in the House than the Speaker?
I would rather prefer the Speaker be consistent and fair.
So the issue of fairness, did you raise a point of order and say that it was unfair?
No,
you didn't raise a point of order. I see it nowhere in the hands.
It was raised before the Commander-in-Chief tried.
Mr. Paulson, we are now focusing on your conduct. Nowhere do I see that you raised a point of order. All I see in Hansard and on the video, as the committee will, is that without raising anything, you decided to listen to your Commander-in-Chief.
No, I didn't
And then,
listen
if you
to
can
you.
permit me to finish, I'm suggesting to you, I'm putting this proposition to you, and then
It's a
you can
foolish
answer.
suggestion, by the way.
That you prefer to listen to your Commander-in-Chief than the Speaker, and you physically intervened
No, I take
In the pro-
umbrage
I'm not
to
finished.
what you implied
I'm
that,
not finished,
that
Mr.
I,
Paulson.
no, I take umbrage to it.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Paulson, please give her a chance to speak and then you will also be allowed to respond for the smooth running of this proceeding. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. And you proceeded to physically intervene in the removal of a member, which I put it to you in terms of the rules, amounts to gross disorderly conduct. In terms of Rule 69, brackets B. I'll read it to you, Mr. Paulson. Grossly disorderly conduct. Members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House and its forums, including A, and then B, in any manner whatsoever, physically intervening, preventing, obstructing, or hindering the removal of a member from the House who has been ordered to leave the House.
Okay. Let me put it this way. I stood up, I engaged them orally, not physically. So by me speaking to someone, that's not gross disorderly conduct. Gross disorderly conduct is actually ordering Parliamentary Protection Services to physically remove, and that is gross disorderly conduct. You have no idea how those bouncers behave. But anyway, that is your interpretation. I take umbrage to what you imply, that I listen to someone else. I follow my own mind. There was a matter being appealed. And regardless as to who was appealing the matter, I felt that we let that appeal run its course before we resort to the Parliamentary Protection Services.
And just to close off the point, and this will be my last issue, the first charge relates to a contravention then of Rule 69. I've already pointed out to you 69B, on which charge 2 is based, read together with Rule 73.5, but it's the same rule. But the further transgressions is that you deliberately created serious disorder or disruption in the House. I won't repeat B.
No,
You repeatedly undermined the authority of the Speaker, who was the presiding officer. You refused to obey her rulings. E, using or threatening violence against a member or other person. That relates to the physical intervention and the pushing away of the
That is quite
PPS.
spurious and serious. There were no threats of violence there. Really?
Can I just read it to you?
Okay.
Using or threatening violence against a member or other person. And F, acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. So my final
What a lot of words to describe absolutely nothing. Really. So show me on the Hansard where the threats are. I want to hear those threats. There's no such thing.
Mr. Paulson, I will give
this
you
is someone's delusion. There really are no threats. If they're not on the Hansard, it's delusion. So whose delusion is it? Yours or the Speaker's?
So, you know, Mr. Paulson, for purposes of moving forward, I am prepared to accept that no verbal threats were made.
No, but that's what you implied. Threatening someone's life. How do you threaten someone's life?
Mr. Paulson, can I just
verbally?
Can I just read it to you again? Just to close this point. Let me just read it to you again. Here we go. Using or threatening violence against a member or other person.
So I'm asking you, show me in the Hansard, where does it say there's a threat of violence?
Mr. Paulson?
Yes.
I ask the questions. You don't ask the questions. I'm going to read it to you again, 69E.
But what if he doesn't understand you? What if he doesn't understand you? What must he do? You are badgering the witness, man.
Honorable Ndlovu, order. You are not allowed to do that.
I'll read it to you again. Using or threatening violence. So, Mr. Paulson, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It's not threats, direct verbal threats.
So you're saying that does that charge still stand?
Yes, because it also says using or threatening violence. So I'm
There was
putting
no
it to
violence.
you.
Ma'am.
So can you please just give me a chance?
Okay. All right.
I have to do this. This is what the procedure is for.
Okay.
I'm putting it to you that the video evidence clearly shows that not only did you physically intervene, you pushed the PPS members out of the way. You tried to push them back so that they don't remove Mr. Keza. That is what the video evidence
No,
shows.
look at it again. I'm standing. I'm trying to talk to them and they start grabbing me. Now what must I do?
And
Allow myself to be grabbed.
And you then obstructed them from doing their job.
No, I didn't obstruct them. There's no way. They grabbed me. When I stood up, they grabbed me and treated me. And the speaker goes, and now you're saying that I threatened violence. I was the one being moored there, and you're telling me that I threatened violence. How? I mean, in what world do you live in to see a man being beaten up and saying he threatened violence?
Mr. Paulson, there's no suggestion.
No, but you
or
see,
video
I
clip
threatened violence.
I'm going to leave that and we will argue that.
No,
on
but I
Tuesday.
want you to withdraw that particular charge saying that I threatened violence.
Mr. Paulson, you're not listening to me. I'm telling you and I'm repeating it. And if
And I'm telling you,
wrong,
I did not threaten anyone with violence. If I did, there would have been people in hospital. Serious. I was the one allowing myself to be beaten up all the time because I don't want to hurt those people. They are following instructions from the speaker to unleash violence on members of parliament. And you're telling me that I was threatening violence. Me, the one that was being beaten up, that most of the time after these altercations, I have to go to a hospital because I allow myself to be beaten up. Because those parliamentary protection services are abused by the speaker to beat up black people. You're telling me I'm the one that threatened violence.
So,
Initiator, can we proceed so that we close this?
No.
So,
I want
Mr.
you.
Paulson-
I want you to withdraw that charge.
Sorry,
I was the one
Madam
being
Chair, if
beaten
you
up.
could just intervene here. Madam Chair.
Honorable Paulson, I
Yes.
believe the proceeding must go smoothly by listening to each other. You will be allowed to respond after the initiator has put her points, but interrupting her and interjecting her doesn't assist us because we want to get the sense of what transpired and we want also to hear your response on this. Members of the portfolio committee are
Chairperson,
listening.
I've refuted the charge. I'd like to know, does the charge still stand?
Madam Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed, initiate.
Thank you. So, Mr. Paulson, you are also accused of refusing to fine the speaker when she asked you to leave.
How?
You refused?
How did I refuse? They dragged me out there. I'm going willingly. They even gave me a wedgie on the way out. You think that's
Sorry,
fine for me?
Mr. Paulson.
Know what that is?
Mr. Paulson, sorry. I'm so sorry to do this, Chairperson. I'm not disputing that it happened, but it would give me greater comfort if we could be given reference of where the speaker asked Mr. Paulson to leave. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'll be comfortable if I could see that in the record.
Noted. Thank you.
You can look at page 342 where the speaker says, Honorable Paulson, you may as well leave. And this was immediately after Mr. Paulson intervened to protect Honorable Kaiser.
I'm sorry again. That to me reads more like a ruling rather than an invitation for him to leave.
Yeah.
It's a ruling for him to leave rather than appealing to him to desist from his conduct.
Yes. Chair, I'm very happy to argue that in oral argument. I will leave that point.
No,
Yeah,
but
thank
what-
you.
just made the accusation that I refused to leave. I didn't. She just said leave. And then I'm leaving already and she's telling me to leave. It's actually unnecessary for to have said that. They were removing me already.
Chair, as I said, I will deal with it in oral argument. Thank you. That's the
Honorable
extent of my questions.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Initiator. I will now invite honorable members to not to cross-examine you, to speak for clarity questions. Honorable members, over to you. Honorable Mlenzana,
Deputy Chief Whip,
Deputy Chief Whip, yes.
Mr. Ndlozi,
Mr. Ndlozi, in that order. Honorable Mlenzana, you may start.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just one question. One question for Honorable Paulson. Greetings, Honorable Paulson.
Greetings, Honorable Mlenzana.
Just one question. Of course, it is intertwined. What is your understanding of defiance and contempt in the context of this hearing? You may, as you explain to me, elaborate or justify the actions of the day. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't see the relevance or how it's relevant here, but defiance is if you refuse to disobey an instruction, and I don't think that was anywhere.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Paulson, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable
Honorable,
Lakude.
thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson, if I may ask, when the Speaker ordered you to leave the House, did you willingly walk out or you were forced to leave the House or removed by the Sergeant at Arms or the Parliamentary Protection Service?
No, there was no.
My second question.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm waiting.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair?
Yeah,
I'm
proceed that. Proceed is waiting for the question.
Thank you very much. As a member of parliament and a whip in your own party, I believe you know the rules better. Would you say that there was disruption by some members of the EFF in the House? Thank you, Chair. On that day.
Thank you, Honorable Lakude. Honorable Paulson, can you respond to the two questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. First question, when the Speaker was ordering me to leave, even before that, the protection services were already dragging me out by their own fruition. If you go and look at that video, they were already removing me without instructions. And also, the members of the EFF were acting within their rights to hold the president to account. The fact that it descended into chaos is surely as a result of the speaker's inability to apply the rules or to even understand the rules and to apply it fairly. If you look at all the points of order that were raised by members of the ruling party without consequence, and for the few points of orders raised by the EFF, 3 members are in this disciplinary hearing now. No ANC people. And it is ANC people, majority, that are deciding on our fate here. So I don't think that the members of the EFF acted outside of what is allowed by the rules of parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Chairperson. I want to canvass the following grounds in terms of questions. In relation to your explanation on threats of violence, Honorable Nazir Paulson, Fighter Commissar, are you saying the initiator did not provide evidence of the threat of violence on your part? I just want to appreciate, is that what you're saying, that there is no evidence that was led by the initiator on threats of violence on your part? And then in your view, did the speaker break or undermine the rules of parliament in how she dealt with you? If so, please share in what form did she do so? In terms of this question of fairness that you keep going to, please explain in what way was the speaker not fair, perhaps not only in dealing with you, but also with what you referred to as, to Honorable Kheza, your members. Do you think that included as well members of the EFF? Could you take us through your opinion of the gravity of that statement? In relation to the question of defiance, as a law-abiding citizen and member of parliament who took an oath, is it not your constitutional duty to defy an unjust law? If a ruling is unjust in that you are being kicked out of holding the president accountable as an elected member of parliament, are you not constitutionally within your rights to defy an unjust ruling? Please take me into confidence about your view on that. And finally, shouldn't parliament, seeing that in your situation, the speaker seems to not have consistently applied the rules in relation to how a member of parliament should be removed, do you, in your opinion, think she must come and also explain her own actions in relation to her ruling with you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Paulson, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, to interject. My hand has been up.
I think you have recognized you. You will come in after he has responded. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Ndlozi. I think, the initiator says, I threatened violence. Nowhere in the Hansard is there any proof that I've threatened violence. There's also nothing on the video that says that I'm pointing at someone and I'm telling them, so I need to understand where this idea of me threatening violence on anyone comes from. I'm trying to intervene and ask the bounds or the Parliamentary Protection Services to give us an opportunity to exhaust the current process where the Commander-in-Chief is appealing to the Speaker to give a warning to the Honorable Kaiser, our comrade, and it's not been exhausted. And suddenly they just start grabbing me, and I try to resist it and say, wait, I'm not the person here that should be dragged out or that's supposed to be dragged out. I'm trying to assist the situation. But of course, they will have nothing about it. And as they're dragging me out, the Speaker says, Honorable Paulson, leave the House also. Really. So anyway, so in terms of fairness, I think it would help us a lot in that House if we actually had. There are certain presiding officers when they take the stand. Chair, can I mention the name of the presiding officer? For example, the Honorable Frolic, when he's presiding, it's consistent. There is no favoritism on either side, whether the ruling party or the opposition parties. It's consistent, it's fair, he understands the rules. And when he orders you out, you at least know it comes from a point of someone who's knowledgeable about the rules and someone who's fair in how those rules are applied, but not so in the case of the Speaker of the National Assembly. It's just willy-nilly. There's examples. The Chief Whip of the EFF stands. She says, why are you standing? He says, the rule says I must stand. No, you don't have to stand, sit down. And the rules does say that you must stand when you're about to raise a point of order. So that's just one example as to how the Speaker, was supposed to uphold the rules of Parliament, decides to break the rules of Parliament and apply it willy-nilly. So I'm not comfortable with a decision where a member of Parliament raises a point of order or raises his hand and is told, just leave. Also, the Speaker says, no more points of order. Rule 79(2) says, you may raise a point of order or a point of privilege at any time. For a Speaker to say that members may no longer raise any points of order is just denying the right of members of Parliament to participate in what's happening in Parliament. And that's not right. It's wrong. And if the Speaker were to testify or to come and be a witness in these hearings, those inconsistencies would be raised. So we are here based on charges brought by someone who's very inconsistent in applying the rules, and I don't think it's fair. So when someone is inconsistent, when the rules are broken, when laws are being broken by an individual and we want to hold him account and we are denied that opportunity, defiance is the only way. It really is. There is still that very valid issue, is that the President was asked about foreign currency held on his Palapala farm, and Members of the EFF wanted to hold him to account, and the Speaker did everything humanly possible to prevent the President from being held to account. The only way, the only option members of the EFF had was to defy. And we did so in a very respectful manner. The Speaker and everyone else who wants to shield the President from accountability for illegally holding large sums of foreign currency, which has not been declared, are the ones that are holding us before this hearing.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. I believe we have made your point.
Especially not the President.
I will now invite Honorable Kape to pose questions to you, Honorable Paulson. Thanks for the response. Dr. Kape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks for the opportunity once more. Honorable Paulson, the advocate indicated earlier on that in the video, you are seen stretching even your hands. And you acceded that, yes, you wanted to protect Honorable Treza because there was an engagement between Honorable Malema and the Speaker at that point. Now, the charge that is put before you, one of them is obstruction of the Parliamentary Protection Services in actionalizing what they were called to do, even if I don't put it in the right phrase. You stretched your hands, as it has been indicated. Now, obstruction in another meaning means impediment. So you are impeding them to do that action. I want to ask you, one, whether you agree with this charge that we are obstructing this parliamentary services, as you qualify it by saying you wanted them to stop first and allow the engagement that was underway, noting that there was an instruction from the Speaker. Two, which is the last point. The initiator talks about the threat for violence. Now, if someone stretches the hand and you have to carry out an action, if a scuffle can ensue for them to break that barrier you are forming, is that not violence? Won't it be violence? Don't you see that you stretching the hands, impeding their action could spark violence? Is it not a threat of violence for you? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kape. Honorable Paulson, can you respond, please?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Manketsi. You say I protected the Honorable Treza. That should be a real embarrassment for this ANC-run government that opposition party members feel the need to protect themselves from physical harm of the Parliamentary Protection Services, because that is the only violence we know in that Parliament, is the violence unleashed by the Parliamentary Protection Services on male and female members of the EFF. That's the violence we know. And it's a disgrace that the only recourse the ANC has to deal with the truth is to unleash violence on opposition party members. There was no way where I was threatening. I was asking them to stop until this process that was underway was concluded. And obviously, it seems as if they only have one instruction, that when the Speaker gives them the go-ahead, it's open season to unleash violence on EFF members. male and female. Male and female. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable members, honorable members, we have come to the end of our session for today. And then we are adjourning. We will resume on Thursday, 10 o'clock. So thank you so much. The meeting
Sorry,
stand adjourned.
Chairperson. No, sorry, Chairperson. Can I please come in? It's Gus Water at the house.
Okay, advocate.
No, I'm so sorry, Chairperson. I'm to still re-examine Mr. Paulson. I promise I just have one question. It won't take more than a minute.
Sorry,
I haven't
advocate.
re-examined him.
Sorry, advocate. Sorry. Proceed, please.
I think Mr. Klaba's hand was also up. I don't know if he okay, I'll proceed.
Can I check with him? Because the time I concluded, there were no more hands. It was only Dr. Klape. Can I establish that with you, Honorable Kaba?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, I must also thank you for your patience. We often happen to be challenged by the network, so that's why I'm late. But only just two questions, Chair, if you allow me.
Proceed.
Yeah, to Honorable Paulson, maybe, because what is being projected about protection services, I wonder if is that conduct equals to an honorable member. I'm just raising this, Chair, on a basis that there had been many other public hearings whom perhaps honorable member Paulson may have attended. I wonder if protection services, their name was violent and behavior. Just as that one question, Chair. Secondly, Chair, do I understand Honorable Paulson correctly to indicate that, yes, he is pleading guilty on being violent? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Can you respond to the two questions?
Number one, I don't see what other instances outside of the 30th of August has to do with the 30th of August. We take each day on its merits. Number two, I think the member's also hallucinating. There's no way where I'm guilty of anything. No sane person, no rational person would find me guilty of anything. So this is a test for this committee as well. It was refuted when the initiator accused me of or alleging that I threatened. It was refuted. Both charges was refuted. So I don't know how I can plead guilty to charges that are refuted. The member mustn't sleep there on Zoom. He must wake up. That's why he doesn't want to be in these chambers here, because he can't sleep here. He'll be woken up. He's been sleeping.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Advocate. It's your turn now.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Paulson, there was a suggestion that the Speaker had asked you to leave the House and you refused. I objected to that question. And then it was reserved for argument. And then the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the African National Congress then made a similar claim where she says, when you were asked to leave by the Speaker, now what I want to ask you is, did the Speaker ask you to leave?
No, she didn't ask. She said, you may as well leave, because I was being taken out already without her instruction.
In fact, let's go to 342. which is alleged to be the request by the speaker for you to leave. Right in the middle,
I just want to get there quickly. Brief. My page. Oh, okay, I see it.
okay, so if you go to the middle of that page, you are told that is when the speaker asked you to leave. Let me read what it says. Honorable Paulson, Honorable Paulson, you may as well leave. What do you understand that to be?
She's telling me to leave.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Honorable Paulson, for the response. Honorable members, according to our program, we have come to the end. We are adjourning and then we'll resume our duties on Thursday at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. Good night. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank